Da-da-da-da. Hello, chat. Decided to come in with a bit of a fanfare today. Very sing-song attitude, you know? But how are you? How are you doing, chat?
Not.
Really? Is that how you're feeling? Not my fault. Just came here to tell me you finished the game. Fucking amazing, Chief. Well, I'm glad you like it. Glad you enjoyed it. I'm enjoying it as well. I'm looking forward to finishing it. However, tonight's the last stream for like probably at least like a week. So I won't be finishing anytime soon. We still got a lot to go, in fact. But I'll finish it once I'm back from everything. Back to food? Well, you know, you can eat while you watch a stream. Just keep it on you on another tab. But maybe you're in a different room, I don't know. Whichever one works for you, my man. I'm like 30% done. No, you don't understand. The meme is I'm always at 60%. Remember that, 60%. Forgot to ask you this, do you need an Xbox 360? Nope, I own one. Nope, I still got my Xbox 360. I don't really get much use out of it anymore, though. I think I've already played everything that I wanted to play that came out on it. Anything else is also released on PC. You have a question for Kupo, for me? Do you make a cake by the book, you know? Don't be lazy, drop it down. You're asking, do I make the cake as in, you know, the way... the famous song of, it's a piece of cake to bake a cake. It's the way you bake it. You know, notice they don't give you a recipe and all that. Kind of a failure of a song. Actually, I've never made a cake before, actually. Except the one I'm packing in my pants. You still need to play the Burger King 360 game. Why is that such a legendary game, by the way? I remember that coming out and everyone like going nuts over it for like a solid month. And it didn't look that great. The recipe is implied. You can't imply a recipe. You need specific ingredients. You're having an early 4th of July party. I'm actually going to go see some fireworks this year. Instead of just like, yo, streaming for you guys. Taco Bell did a promo for this game for Final Fantasy 16. But they didn't do a promo inside the game like, you know, happened with Cup Noodle in Final Fantasy 15 and Coleman Camping Supplies. They missed out. There was opportunities, and they didn't take them. Pop is leaving already? Or someone saying later, Pop, I don't know. Having an early 4th, okay, yeah. Go have your early 4th. I've noticed a lot of people having early 4ths on the 1st of July these days. I was calling you Kupo, but I'm glad you got the joke. I gotcha. I get all jokes, Chad. I understand all humor. I'm trained, after all. Self-taught, actually. Happy school shooting yard? What? You know, the sad thing is, some people... You know what? Even that's too dark for me. Because for all I know, one just happened and you're mentioning it and I don't know about it. Anyone else reached their view limit on Twitter today? Chat, I'm really happy that more and more people are getting reasons to not use Twitter. I think things would be so much better if everyone did. You understand humor but cannot replicate it. It's true. I've never made a single person laugh. Pew 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 Merca. God damn it. Damn straight. Watching the current arc of Demon Slayer stuff pretty fire. I've only watched season 1 in the movie. I need to like get caught back up eventually. Speaking of anime, I saw a teaser for like Panty and Stalking 2 today. For anyone who knows, like that and FLCL are like my two favorite. And even the sound effects I use for like my stream alert, well, not, for like sub and resubs come from Panty and Stalking. And I used to use FLCL, but I switched it up. You know, the long it only took them a decade or more. When did the original Penny and Stocky come out? Like 2010? People like, wow, what years? Hello, all listening to this while hammering out some notes for a summer writing challenge. You know, I like the people who come in here and like explain their state of existence. Like, hey, Chad, I'm watching the stream from jail. Oh, Chad, guess what? I'm on a deep sea diving adventure. Oh shit, is that cracking sound? I'd love it if someone watched my stream from, you know, in the submersible, by the way. Anyone brave enough to do it. You don't know why people don't think the US uses metric system? It'd be using 9mm in school for years. I mean, I was about to say, oh, I agree with you, because we use both, but then you made it into another dark humor joke about school shootings. Does I make sure I can follow every other artist I follow elsewhere? I won't care what happens to Twitter. Most of them usually have, like, ArtStation pages or Pivox. Like, any artist is not just solely using Twitter, if they're smart. Air conditioning broke yesterday. I live in Florida. And I'm guessing probably not near the beach either, huh? I've been there, man. I've had my air conditioning break in the middle of a heat wave before. Is it possible for you to go pick up one of those, like, small window-based air conditioners and temporarily use that? Or maybe your landlord can bring one over? If you can't get it fixed immediately? I'm just assuming you have a landlord and you're not living with your parents or own your own home. According to Christian Bible, it's better to use 9 inches in school than 9mm. I'm pretty sure neither the inches or, you know, definitely metric existed at the time of the Bible. I don't think they had measurements then. Like one fly of the crow's wing across the horizon. I don't know, whatever they did. They had a sundial, and that was about as good as it got. Speaking of, why die in a submersible when you can die in space? Honestly, if you're going to die in either one, the submersible at the bottom of the ocean is way quicker. You don't even know what's happened. In space, you're going to take a while to asphyxiate. Or like die, you'll freeze to death, whichever one it is. Unless it's in like a fiery crash. Then that too will be basically instant. Because I looked FLCL and Crunchyroll, and I'm just curious how many seasons it has to know if it's one of your... FLCL, technically... Alright, FLCL original came out like 2001 and is like 5 or 6 episodes long, and it's a masterpiece. 4 or 5 years back, some animation studio bought the rights to it and made like a bunch of new episodes, and they're not that great, and I don't really care about them. You really only have to watch the original like 6 episodes that came out. Anything that got released like a few years ago is not worth your time. So I don't even consider FLCL to be some kind of like thing with seasons. It had like its one run. And then later there was this weird thing that kind of resembled it, but didn't really understand it, that came out. FLCL was some crack out of its mind. It is very... Also, I recommend watching the dub of it. The dub of it is like a gold... one of those things that you can consider a gold standard for dub. You won't regret watching the dub of FLCL. It's that good. In fact, I'd say that it's actually better. It's one of those animes where the dub, I think, is better than the, you know, the original Japanese version. So, you can even enjoy it without having to read captions. What's the reason the other seasons don't work? They really misunderstand Haruko's character and also her ambitions. And also, they don't really get the point of the world and the, you know, what the themes of the original series were. They're also just not as good at using visual and sound design. Even though they went with the same, you know, band and tried to, they just did not stick it at all. It really did just feel like an imitation of it, and rather than his like new addition to it. I think the dub of Cowboy Bebop was better than the sub. Yeah, I've heard that a lot too, and I agree. Really hated when FLCL was popular. My friends would not stop quoting that garbage. Okay, I understand. You have some issues here. You're allowed to dislike it. But let other people enjoy themselves. For good English dubs, I recommend Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood cast, including Troy Baker. Yeah, it's not true there's like no good dubs out there. There's several, in fact. You know, unless we all mention the legendary ghost stories, you know, that always comes up when you mention dubs. Like, what about ghost stories, man? It's like the best. It's like full of edgy racist humor. It's like, I know, I saw it. Good. It's got some, you know, shit episodes, but overall pretty positive on it. Not all of it is aged perfectly well though, since a lot of it is pop culture. Pop culture chat ages like milk. You get it's funny for like a year or two, and then like everyone's forgotten about what you're even talking about. Samurai Champloo dub is my favorite. I remember watching that. Actually, I think I still have the files of that on my computer. But yeah, I think the files on my computer are the subtitles of anime. But I do remember watching the dub on Adult Swim. It's not because you're a rabbit. Why is it then? Why is it? What's a good anime to get into watching for the first time beginner? Well, what kind of it's a difficult question to actually give because it really depends on what you're into. Like, do you want something with action or slice of life, or you know, are you an enterprising guy? You're like, I really want to watch a loser high school boy get a bunch of girls. A lot of anime like that. Princess Mononoke. Okay, I don't really consider Ghibli movies to be, you know, anime. You would probably be insulted if you called them anime as well. But I do think it's something worth watching, along with Spirited Away. Not sure whether or not the rate limit thing really is for when them to address data scrubbing, or it's due to must not paying his bills. It more than likely is due to data scrubbing, from like companies like scraping data from it. That is, like, Reddit's doing the same thing right now, where they're like trying to make sure that the apps can't use the API to just scrape data like that, and it's caused a big, you know, big issue over there as well. So expect other websites to do it soon. Not for anything really, but probably more action. The only anime I've really seen were Digimon, Pokemon. Okay. Like I said, right now Demon Slayer is really good. Everyone loves that. Spy versus Family is also really good for both action and just like slice of life comedy. And when you heard me mention FLCL, and yeah, there's some good choices right there. What's up, Lucky? How you doing? Welcome back. Have you had a busy day? Black Lagoon has an amazing English dub. You're right, it does. It's a confusing way of watching it though, because it's got a lot of off weird seasons to it. Demon Slayer sucks dick, but it's, you know what? This is what happens whenever you talk anime chat. Every single time you're like, okay, this one's alright. Then you have no, fuck that. It's garbage. Garbage. It brings out the worst in every human. Like, how dare you? I don't know what it is. It's one of the reasons I rarely talk about anime, because I know someone's going to be like, you like this? Also, Streamer God, welcome to the first time on the stream, by the way. Hiya Dartigan, you know it. How are you? I've been cleaning all day. It's spring. Well, it's actually should have done it back in spring. I was about to call it spring cleaning, but it's summer now. But getting the place spick and span, because you know what? You're comfortable when you're clean. But I'm very exhausted. Cleaning is exhausting, and I don't know why. But yeah. I'm probably still not finished, but I got most of it. Probably need to dust my office, but it's like, whatever. Love the aesthetic of early 80s and 90s cyberpunk anime. I do too, actually. There's a lot of the good stuff came out of that era. Especially Akira. Which I've noticed is being memed again recently with, like, you know, that meme of, like, the Tetsuo, Tetsuo just, like, going, leave me alone, and then he, like, gets flashes. Why did that suddenly become a meme? Have you ever watched Lupin the Third? I know what that is, but I've never watched any of it. The art style did not appeal to me. Didn't I already clean yesterday? I've been cleaning off and on for, like, the past couple days, but the past 2 days, like, well, today and yesterday, I did the most of it. And I had to go get some stuff at the store today as well. I got s'more making materials, chat. S'more making material. Let me repeat that. S'more making materials. S'more, S-M-O-R-E. Do Europeans know about s'mores, by the way? I've always wondered that. That seems like a very quintessential American thing. Like biscuits and gravy or some other like really Americanism you don't really get over there. Is it stupidly hot where you're from? It's not stupidly hot. I'm not in Texas or something, but it is muggy out right now. But it's manageable. You're not gonna go out and die in the heat right now. Winning, exactly. Exactly. I haven't had s'mores in a while, so might as well. There's gonna be a fire pit available to me, so might as well make good use of it. If you ever decide to watch Lupin, I recommend Castle of Cagliostro. It was the first movie ever directed by Hayao Miyazaki. That Lupin the Third is that old? Was that long ago? You can definitely see it in the movie. I thought his first movie was the one about the girl in the environment. I forget the name of it. Marshmallows, yeah, I got chocolate, graham cracker, marshmallow, that simple. I even got like the rod, the metal telescopic rod to stick over the fire. Lupin is an old series. Like I know what it looks like, but I don't know the history of it. I know there's like another really old anime called Golgo or Golga, whatever it is, about some like aviator wearing assassin. It's like started in the 60s and is still running. Nausicaa, that's alright. The one that sounds like a disease. Oh, I'm sorry, sir. It seems you've come down with a case of Nausicaa. You have exactly 3 months to live. Nausicaa was the first Ghibli movie. Lupin was Miyazaki's first... Okay. He made it before he made the studio. The manga was like the 1960s. I think it's still running though, isn't it? That's what I meant, the manga. Is that the manga is still running. Chat, I'm sorry I always call it manga when I should be saying manga as well. Nausicaa, good shit. I like Nausicaa, but it's definitely like not exactly what I consider his best work. Golden, burnt, or medium? You mean for the marshmallow on the s'more? I prefer golden with a touch of burnt. Just a touch. You need just a little bit of that like that burnt taste. Manga's still running from the original mangaka too, right? He's like been making it all of his life. What must that be like to just work on one piece of entertainment your entire life for like 60 years? And I can't imagine that, honestly. At some point, you feel like you're just like, yeah, I've done enough. Fun fact, Lupin the Third was one of the main inspirations for Solid Snake. Oh, we're getting a lot of Lupin the Third information tonight, and you know what? It's interesting. Alright, let me do this real quick. There we go. Also, thank you for the... Did I see an alert go up? Did I miss it? $60 years of Dartigan. Could you imagine? I feel like over the course of like I haven't even done it 10 years yet. So the idea of doing it that long, I mean, how would technology change what I do? At that point, I'd be like beaming my thoughts into your brain, chat. Like, yes, this is what I think about this game. Welcome to the mind merge. I look forward to the day where I can like literally enter the the brain cloud. You know it's coming. They'll figure out a way. What was I doing? Oh yeah, we got our Posh advanced, and now we got to go back to doing main quest line stuff, chat.
Let's see about planting those seeds then.
We gotta go fight big Giga Chad guy. Assisted living Dartigan streaming. Well, you see, that's the thing. The technology will advance enough so they'll like defeat aging, and I will be like glistening and smooth and still like creating content. It'll be like the Persian Emperor guy stepping into like the evil water in that shitty sequel to 300, and he's like just comes out of like a cave and he's like, oh, I'm a god now. That'll be us in like another 20 years when AI figures out how to do it. But only the rich people win first. You have a lot of hope for 60 years in the future? Well, I don't know. I have a lot of hope for like every year in the future. Why be a doomer or like a downer? Or a nihilist? There's no point in it. Best to assume, you know what? I bet next year's gonna kick ass. I mean, what's the harm in thinking that?
We must be ready to leave for Rosalith at a moment's notice.
So the Edward Cullen of streaming, yeah, but and I won't be like going to high school to like hit on girls,
You'll
which
get
was
that rotten
really
salt
fucking
exactly
weird.
right.
You gotta admit, I'm like a century-old vampire. I cannot think of anything I'd want to do less than just go hit on girls in high school or like hang out in high school for some reason. Like, what the fuck, Edward? Why did you do that? Did that story ever explain why he wanted to go to a high school? It better not have been some shit like I just wanted to feel human again. And the most human I could think of was like, you know, being in high school. What? I don't know. That's what I'm assuming. I've never seen the movie or read the book. Oh shit, okay, yeah, we need to like get a move on. Progress must be made tonight, chat. That's not as bad as the wolf boy claiming a new. Okay, I've heard about the wolf boy like falling in love with a newborn baby. And I remember like I was there with everyone like, what the hell? This game looks good. This game is good actually. It doesn't just look it. Pretty solid. But they all look like high schoolers because they were bitten when they were teenagers, so they went to high school so as not to arouse suspicion. None of them look like high schoolers. They all look like at at best like college seniors. But obviously Hollywood Hollywood movie characters and casting, like, oh yeah, these are clearly high school characters.
Hugo and his men have been busy.
Couldn't they just say they were being homeschooled? That's a thing, you know.
The Imperials are holding the ground for now, but it's only a matter of time before the keep falls. Those fuckers really went to town on this place.
Talk about the cast. No, we were talking about Twilight,
Almost
weirdly
like
enough.
They want to wipe it off
Another
the
game
map.
about very beautiful people.
Just a means to an end.
Oh, another Chocobo Solvers.
All this for one man? They didn't have to go so far.
The reason Twilight exists is because Stephanie Meyer had a dream about a vampire and a
Keep your
girl.
wits
I mean,
about you.
true.
Reckon you
Often
can make
stories
it up to
exist
the
for a
castle
reason.
without raising the alarm.
We only have Lovecraft because he was incredibly racist, after all.
I'll sniff
Had that
out
man
any
not hated
townsfolk
everyone that
who
wasn't a
haven't
white New
escaped yet
Englander,
and send
no
them on their
Cthulhu.
way.
Be careful.
Likewise. Don't do anything I wouldn't
Don't
do.
go die, man. We like you too much for some reason. For real? You don't, yeah, Lovecraft is like super racist. Even for his time, he had some like, wow, man, that's fucked up. The guy literally wrote poetry about how, about certain words. But a lot of his fear of the unknown came from him literally just being like paranoid over like people who weren't white. Yeah, I don't think you can actually like send a sword through someone's helmet like that. What's the point of a helmet if it just it opens up like a can of like spaghetti when someone hits it?
I know. It's like a nightmare. This was our home. Come on, Clive. We have to keep going.
Imagine telling your therapist saying, I'm in love with a vampire. I mean, they probably just think you're in love with like a very goth individual, right? Capital punishment. Yes, Daddy. I mean, I mean, yes, government. More sad Moo events. Oh, this game's full of.
This isn't an invasion. It's a massacre.
This game is just nothing but sadness and misery. Look at that. Look at Titus over having a laugh. What a dick. There's a reason your dad doesn't like you. Physics. Sometimes you have to laugh at death and cry at life. Oh, true, but
We can get through here.
it really depends on certain circumstances. Depends on the context, you know. You know, this game doesn't exactly make very good use of the PlayStation special triggers. They really just use it for like opening doors, and that's it. Protect. Some opponents will cast protect spells or raise a defensive barrier around their allies that shields them from melee attacks. When engaging protected targets identified by a plus icon above their heads, avoid using your sword. Instead, employ magic to quickly and efficiently dispel the barrier.
Murderers!
There's only one fitting punishment.
Is there any other reason to ever switch off my current like I freak combo of like heat wave plus fire Roomba? It just works in every situation. I feel like I'm being very optimal in my playthrough of this game. You've never have replaced the fire with the same two, or the two you get the start. I use Phoenix ult over Roomba. I mean, that one takes way too long to recharge, I feel. Oh yeah, I got an item last time when I was playing. Check that out real quick. Berserker increases temporarily increases attack proficiency with each precision dodge. Sure. You have no idea what it was here for, I see, but I think Jujutsu Kaisen is the last game, so okay, I think are we talking about anime again?
I yield! I yield!
But he yielded, my dude.
Look what we have here.
Gentlemen!
You won't escape!
See, there's two moves, everybody dead. It's like this is almost broken. Jujutsu Kaisen is a really good anime. I've seen like clips of it of like some guy punching someone to like a kick-ass guitar riff. That's really all I know about it. Are they remaking Assassin's Creed Black Flag? Of course they are. Every company's gonna get on the remake and has to remake something. I mean, they're only working on how many Assassin's Creed games right now? Because they want to fucking kill me.
Cut them down! With me, men! For the Emperor! Out of our way!
Why did they need a remake? There's some games I've enjoyed the remakes of, but I don't. When it comes to Assassin's Creed, that's not one of them. Even when it's the one of the few like decent ones, like Black Flag, I don't really desire it at all. I will die for his art. No, I won't. I definitely won't. Hey, Chet, what's up, man? How you doing? It's like, Dart, will you like die from like, you know, suffering from for this video release? Nope. No, I'm fine. Oof. Yeah, I'm liking this, like, you know, Vega motherfucker right now. Those guys, pretty tough. Has my PlayStation caught fire yet? My PlayStation has handled this game remarkably well. So how you been enjoying the game? I, so far, like the game. I have complaints, but overall I am very positive on the game. I feel it's their best one since, like, Final Fantasy X, you know, not counting the remake of 7. Also, GMC, give it a sub, Diane the King. Thank you. I like my main complaints, as well as my things I like about it, are kind of one and the same, actually. I like that they went in a different direction, and I like that it's more mature, and I like that it's action-focused. However, I also miss having, like, tactical stuff, and, like, a team, and all the other stuff that came with the Final Fantasy game of, like, how the fights work, with you figuring out almost like a puzzle of how to get through them. You don't really have to worry too much about enemy weaknesses anymore, or status effects, or healing even really them. Well, the healing's still in there, but or party management, or equipment loads, or your builds. Very straightforward. It really is Devil May Cry with the Final Fantasy skin, was what it truly is. I'm like right at the end myself. The boss fights in this game are fantastic. There have been some fairly good ones, yeah. Have I seen a chocobo? I have a chocobo. I just can't ride it while I'm in the town. You get it on a side quest, weirdly enough. Bobby's first DMC. Well, I don't know. This is a little bit more complex than the original Devil May Cry. Weirded me out when I hit a bomb with a fire spell. Yeah, you don't have to worry about elemental, like, you'll style types absorbing and healing anymore. Doesn't happen. I was thinking that myself when I fought it. Like I said, I like this game. However, I don't want this to be like how every Final Fantasy game from here on out plays. I would like to more team focused, oriented stuff as well. So I'm worried that it's going to turn into that. This game is apparently done very well. Apparently selling like something like 3 million copies already. Exactly. Also, thank you for the bits, by the way. I'll play whatever direction they decide to go. I mean, I'm still gonna be playing them, obviously, but I do hope they can find a way to bring back some of the stuff from some of the other stuff from Final Fantasy as it was, rather than have to like cut all of it out to make an action game work. Forget what part of this game this takes place. Have you met the pretty prince yet? You mean the guy who's like Bahamut? We haven't met him, but we've seen him. Dion. Yeah, recently I heard that Celine Dion is like got a very rare and very terrible like medical disease now.
We're nearly at the castle.
Like it's like you lose the ability to like move your body. Wondering why this game is banned in Saudi Arabia? Probably gay stuff. Why else would it be banned there? Like, icky, no. Like, come on, Saudi Arabia. Grow the fuck up. Everybody wants to fuck live. But it was like, yo, Sid. Oh, he's already dead. Where's the other magic guy at? I'm conflicted. I missed the team management side of things, but I like how refreshing it is. Yeah, I think that's why I like FF7 Remake's combat and gameplay better. As much as I like this game, I still prefer that to it because it still has those elements in it that I want. It has a team management, you have builds, you get more say in how your character like develops, you know, and its abilities. This game, you know, is good, but it feels a little lonely. Are there games that aren't banned in Saudi Arabia? I'm sure there's plenty of games that are banned there. Not gonna lie, the one and only thing I know about Final Fantasy is a character named Tifa got fucked in the ass on a live attack. Imagine that being the only thing you know about a video game. Something completely non-canon. Hey, I remember these things from FF8.
Attack!
See, you know, they're like
Ready?
lightning Eo tigers. Okay, this new berserker ring I got is almost too good.
building up to something.
Oh,
We need to stop it. Whatever it takes. It's down.
Then let's make this count. To me, boy. Too slow.
dude. Good. That's why you don't use a berserker ring. I just put it on. That was my first fight using it. Have you read Record of Ragnarok? Nope. I've heard of it though. How do you say that name? That thing's a name, chat. Coearl? 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 I feel like there's a lot of different ways of pronouncing it. Earl? Hmm.
Jill!
Wait, what?
We meet at last, Sid.
How did you fall victim to that? The classic
Or should
Disney
I
villain
say
grabs
Lord
girl's
Ross?
arm move.
I've been looking for you for
Aren't you like
very
a
long
god
time.
person?
Go, Kuka. I'm so glad you
She
accepted
found her
my
own
invitation.
weakness, chat. Her wrist.
I went to some trouble with the decorations. Do you like what I've done with the place? Bastard! Such a pity your predecessor couldn't join us. But
He's a
I
god
am
too, yeah, but
sure you will
doesn't matter.
prove
She should be able to like
compelling.
avoid this classic like damsel in distress. There she got. No. Squeeze too hard.
Be still, little snowflake. I would not have you melt before your starring moment.
How do I like the game so far? I enjoy it. It's got some good ideas in it. It's like an anime Witcher. Is that the way you salute? Dab yourself? Why'd he give up though? He didn't want them hurting her.
Now, on to the festivities.
Hey Dart, good to see you. Hope all is well. All is very well. How are you? How'd dude even grab her? He's very big, but he's also very sneaky. They didn't get the dog though. And he's a smart pooch who knows how to like rescue us.
That's just great, that is. I suppose it's up to me then.
Or maybe it's up to him. The dark-skinned people do exist. They're kind of like Middle Eastern, like, area people in this game. Actually, they might be closer to Spaniards, I would say. So maybe they're still, based on Europeans. See, average Spaniard right there.
Where do you want me?
Alright, Chad. If you're that big, it's impossible for you to wipe your own ass. You have to have someone do it for you. There's no way.
Yes, no more than she deserves for getting into bed with an outlaw.
We should get into mine.
Heck, Beavis. That's like a Beavis and
Lord
Butthead
Duke
line.
commands your presence. You're to bear witness to the girl's
Aren't
execution.
Spaniards still pretty light-skinned? Spaniards are known for having like darker shade of skin. Depending on region, I guess.
Gav,
Imagine the diet. Yeah, I don't know what you're eating. To be honest, to get that big, you need like a genetic mutation.
Crystal fetters are a bastard to open, just so you know. Don't worry, I'll have them off before you can blink.
Where's Jill?
In the courtyard.
Shit. We have to hurry.
The Imperials have sounded the retreat and cleared out of the castle, but the place is still swarming with Kupka's men.
Leave them to me.
I'll
Bit
make
of a
my way up
melting
top
pot. There's
and
an Arabic
circle round the
influence. Yeah,
back.
they did
Quick as
conquer
you
it for like
like,
a
eh?
few centuries, didn't they?
Nearly forgot.
Man, how did you do all this?
Hold on, Jill. I'm coming.
I mean, he should have just, saved her too while he's at it. He's this good. He actually must have spec'd into stealth. Wait, he ran this way, didn't he? Chad, remind me, did he run off this direction from our cell right here? He's like, oh, I think he did. Hidden path? No, I think he just like, yeah, the game's like, yeah, ran off screen. Good enough. There's a window. Chat, it's a prison. And that's, I don't think that's a window that you can crawl through. I mean, he's a big lad. I don't think he's getting through that. Broad-shouldered, even. Oh, the light slut in me, China, is gonna activate. We got that, really nice, dim torch lighting again. Oh yeah, it would look like this dim, wouldn't it? And ow. I kind of wish I could turn HDR on while streaming, so I could get the full effect. But curse you, OBS and Twitch. You make my really expensive monitor's best feature a little worthless. I think my biggest complaint of this game is enemies can be pretty spongy, and I say besides the late game bosses, both story and extra were the only bosses that really pushed me. Definitely some of the bosses can be spongy, but I like the combat enough that I don't really mind so much. That being said, I wish there was more enemy variety rather than less sponginess. I'd rather be able to fight more different enemy types. How far into the game do you think you are? I'm thinking maybe 40%. It can be hard to tell sometimes. Do you need an axe that big to cut off a woman's head? I mean, come on. At some point, you gotta realize this is a bit overkill.
I hope you've got a plan, Clive, because we are fucked if you don't.
Game took 7 years to make it. I feel like most of that went to the icon fights. I highly doubt that. Those are nice, but those are really just more of the same of the regular combat system, just scaled up. Doggo. Oh, they're doing the Skyrim opening, are we? What dog glow? Sparkly dog?
It's a bloody wolf!
Oh, he... Is he carbuncle? He looks like he just used reflect. I don't know, you're like Amaterasu from like that Capcom game. Also, thank you for the 100 bits, by the way. So the dog was an icon after all. It's a dominant. You love the game? I do have a soft spot for Okami.
Come, Lord Rosfield. Don't tell me you tire of my entertainment.
Enough!
Yes. Perhaps it is time we serve
Wow.
the main repast.
What a mansion!
I know, right?
Trust you are hungry!
Are any of my characters going to talk about the dog?
Much obliged.
Stay close. We're getting out of here. And Toggle?
Amaterasu, yeah, Amaterasu is like the sun god.
Explain what the fuck your dog just did.
Later. With me. That includes you, Toggle.
Didn't this dude get cucked by his old girlfriend? You mean Benedicta? She was sleeping with like a king or something, right, as well? But she got her head cut off by someone and they melded to that guy, so he's a little pissed. Speaking of tanky enemies,
Too slow.
Give me thunder!
Well done, Toggle.
Have I ever played with RPG Maker? No, I've never played that. Excellent.
Still breathing, are you?
Oh no.
Excellent. Then Lord Kupka's reward shall be ours.
I thought bad news always came in threes.
Let them come.
I don't like fighting these guys. They're a pain in the butt. What's the next game you're looking forward to now that Final Fantasy 16 is out? I don't know. I'm not sure, actually. I haven't really given that thought. I got some indie games I want to play, honestly, and I still need to finish Street Fighter and System Shock. The particle physics and effects are like blinding me in this fight. Lines of P? Yeah, sure, why not? I like that demo. What's up, Moist? How you doing? I saw a trailer for Oppenheimer and it's pretty hype. Everyone's like making a meme out of that versus the Barbie movie, I see. Or something to do with the marketing of the two.
It's over.
For now. But I bet that wasn't the last of them. And they won't stop hunting us until Kupka's dead. So you get in there and finish the job, eh?
Go on. If they come again, we'll hold them back.
All right. But be careful.
About my dog again. No? No answer to that? Maybe the lore will give me an answer. Clive's faithful friend who was fiercely protected of him as Al. When Jill came close to death in the courtyard of Rosal of the castle, something awoke within him, transforming Torgal into something akin to an icon. Okay. Okay. You don't have time for that? You were here to kill Kupka. I don't know, I think my dog turning into this is kind of important. He looks like my dog turned into a Pokemon, chat. There's no denying it. This is straight up a Pokemon now. I can't even pet him anymore. Later, are you leaving?
Don't worry about us. Go.
Or Digimon? Don't Digimon turn into like giant things though?
Kupka took our home, Clive. Don't let him take yours.
Your cat could turn into a god, would you be happy about it? I don't know. I feel like a cat with godlike powers would be bad for humanity. Saying I'll find out later. I'm sure I'll find out later, but I want to know now when it happened.
Die by my hand.
Yes, I'm being petulant. Yeah, have you seen what a cat will do to its prey? It'll just sit there and play with it. You want that having the power of a god? Alright, let's do a save. Dolphins do that too. I'm aware. I wouldn't want them. Look, I don't think any animal alive today needs the power of a god. Except for sloths, because they wouldn't do anything with it.
Kuka. You're late. Trouble on the way?
Just enjoying your entertainment.
How gratifying. Have you come to defend your father's throne, Lord Rosfield?
Does Dex have godlike powers? No.
Grand Duchy
Just
of
cat-like powers.
Rosaria. A realm without a ruler, an army, even a people. A veritable kingdom of dust. Truly, I see no throne to defend.
No!
It wasn't that comfortable anyways.
Enough of your games, Kuka. Just tell me what you want.
Sid's head in a box. Imagine my disappointment when I learned that he met his end at the hand of another. And my relief to learn that you had taken up his thrice damned name. Your master slew Benedicta Harmon and defiled her body.
Actually, I did that.
If you choose to bear that murderer's name, then you shall answer for his crimes.
The only crimes I shall answer for are my own. Sid did everything in his power to save that woman, though she was long past saving. And so I did what he couldn't. It was me all along, Hugo.
It was you. NANI?
Exactly.
You killed her.
I did.
I didn't send her head to you though.
Then I am fortunate indeed. I had thought the most I could wish for was to take the life of one he loved, just as he did to me. But it seems I was wrong. And I shall have my revenge. We shared a dream. I would be the king of the world. She would be my queen. And together, we would rule like the gods we are. But you crushed that dream, ground it into dust.
This has been the drummer's time to shine. He's like drum solo now.
For what you've done, I'll tear you apart with my blood.
Don't fuck with the senator.
And what of you? How many people have you killed? How many dreams have you crushed?
I appreciate main protagonist says I don't give a crap about your reasons.
Who's seen their world
Killed my friends,
fall
yeah.
apart around
Better than like friendship. Let's work together.
You'll get no pity from me, Kuka. No pity. And no mercy.
Let's see.
Now die!
This time,
I've already fought Senator Armstrong. This is, you know, not too different.
becomes of those who dare to cross me.
Cross! I'll kill you!
Well, I'm not really doing a lot of damage to him, I'm noticing.
You went for death!
Yo, can I get my dog in here? I need him to heal me. Oof, oof, oof.
You will die by my hand, Crossfield. My hatred for you is unending. Unyielding. Let this palace be your grave!
Tell him that his queen was sitting on someone else's throne. Yeah, I don't think he understands that, does he? Oh, gotcha, bitch. How we know Hugo was the cuck, maybe Hugo was the vault. Well, we saw her with another guy after she was with him, and he didn't seem to know. And the other guy seemed to know about him, though.
The world has chosen. I am in my element. There's no escape.
Just like dolphin dive into the ground.
The earth will always be my domain.
crap. Okay, going under the berserk attacks isn't always a good idea. They got a combo lined up.
Nice try. That's better.
Too bad there's such a disproportionate amount of anime cringe in contrast to how great the music is. I don't know. What's the anime cringe? I feel like this is the least anime cringe they've ever done. I mean, I've played their previous, like, Final Fantasy games. Those have plenty of anime cringe. I'm about to die. I can heal with this though. I mean, I'm gonna lose, but maybe I can get like a halfway fight checkpoint. Ow. Oh, no! Is Yu comment on Clive using Benedicta's powers against him? So far, no. Didn't even get him to halfway. I almost did, then he like killed me.
The earth will always be my domain!
Yeah, I actually think I'm going to take the Berserker off. It's going to be hit quite a few times. Increases defense by 30. Oh, I got that on. Oh, I can't put it on? Oh, I can't take anything off when I'm played. Shit.
Nice try.
Oh, no, don't attack that.
Let's try. I needed that.
The tanky bitch, isn't he? Yeah, the Berserker is not a good thing to bring into this fight. Once again, I'm shocked your mods are almost never here. They're just why does it matter? They have lives to live. One, my stream is usually pretty chill, so they don't even need to do anything when they are here. Sometimes they're here, but they're also just ghosted. They're like, you know, not talking as well. Oh, don't let him hit you with that. He's doing some Monkey D. Luffy shit right now with his Leo combos.
Just like your forefathers.
Oh fuck.
Your journey ends.
Forgive me.
Fuck. I thought I could like hit him while he's doing that. I should have moved. It's rare that someone comes in to start trouble. Yeah, keep in mind, I'm always a mod in my own stream. The mod of mods, you might say.
The earth will always be my domain.
This might be the first really tough fight in the game for me. Just because this dude just doesn't die. It's so new, yeah, quite a few. He's in his element of these, right? Do you even have a mean bone in your body? I try not to be mean to actual people, if you're asking me about that. I mean, you can make me angry and get me like very heated if you really know me well and like know what to say and do. It is possible, yes. But I have pretty good emotional intelligence, I feel, so it's not exactly easy to do that. And especially if I don't know you, why would I ever get, you know, heated over what you're doing? It's like you're, at the end of the day, most of you are just like people on the internet.
Just like your forefathers. Your journey ends.
How many moves you got, bro? How many moves you got? It's really combining like 3 or 4 different moves right now, I feel. Have to press chat. I don't have enough heals to keep this going forever. Reminded me a little bit of fighting like the final boss of Element, or the first part of it. Gotcha. There you go. How long was I fighting that dude? Dartigan Golden, yeah, it reminded me a lot of him. I love how you're normally a level-headed, respectful person until me or chat go Steven Seagal. Well, I play up the Steven Seagal thing, you realize, right? For entertainment value. But I do think he's a piece of shit. That's not a lie. Also, thank you GMC with 100 bits. And also, thank you chat. Alright, good. Now we get to the like big mode. Nice fight. Yeah, that was actually a really good fight. Probably the best in the game so far. After all that fighting where I'm like doing like dodges and oh. Cut off from hand. Oh. Oof. Not quite a Super Saiyan scream, but I guess it'll do the trick. Oh, we're taking its power. I mean, he's actually correct given who our mother is.
I'll kill you! I'll kill you! I'll kill you!
He's smashing the ground with his forearms now.
Kill you.
With my feet.
There. You mustn't get yourself worked
What?
up.
Well, that twink is strong.
Another time.
Just one little gut punch, just a tap in the stomach. He's like, yeah, that's all it takes. I'll kill him dead like a stone. See, that now that's anime chat, where the little twink guy is like way stronger than gigantic guy.
Is that all of them?
I think so.
Well, load of scum. Who the fuck invited them? Not that that's the
Game
biggest
likes it pretty
surprise we've
twink
had to
who
deal.
are very powerful.
you
I don't
ever
know.
do
The main
that,
character is not
Torvald?
very twinky. Well, he was at one point.
Not telling, eh? Suit yourself.
Gav, we have to find Clive.
Right, sorry.
In a regular final. Oh. No, do not kill Gav. Okay, thank God.
You missed one.
We were worried.
So was I.
Twink we just saw, Joshua, and then there's Dion. Well, there's a few. They have a minor twink quota, all right? They have to have a few in there. We all have a little twink in our hearts. We all start out as twinks, chat. That's the truth.
If it hadn't been for my gift, I would have finished him.
I'm just glad you got out of there alive.
When did the Royalists arrive?
Here's someone setting up
Right after you went
fireworks.
inside. Just when we thought we were shot of Titans lot. In pile Odins. Not enough of them to worry us though.
No. You didn't see the one who took Kukra away.
So what? You think they came here to save him?
You want the cartoony route, so you want more like FF7 Remake. Wish we had a good mix of the two.
Racking our brains, that bastard's getting further away. So what do we do?
Or FF9? Oh, well, we might get a FF9 remake if the stars
We go
align.
back to the hideaway. I'm too tired to think. As are you, by the looks of it. And after what Jill's been through. Let's worry about Kupka later, shall we?
Aye. Alright. Well, give us a chance to solve the riddle of your magic mud, too.
Clive would kill in a dress.
How you
I mean, he's
feeling?
practically wearing one right now.
Go home?
I wonder how tall Clive is, since most FF's most iconic protagonist is a man. I don't know. I guess you could extrapolate the average height of like middle age. What is it? The Middle Ages, like European, or like maybe his height. Yeah, cross-dressing scene in this game like FF7. That makes every game better, does it? Alright, good stuff. We can go further, though. I like how they don't give you a world map, they just give you like these 2 islands, and it's like, yeah, that's not the entire world, but it's all the ones that matter for you. Oh, we also have this area up here. So I'm guessing that's blight-infected land, but it's probably like in-game, if I'm guessing. You're 6'2" and the shortest in my family? Are you like nothing but like Nords or something? You're 5'5"? Hey, nothing to be ashamed of. Perfectly
Just
good
look
height.
at the state of you. You're more of a wreck than this place. Is this what you call taking better care of yourself? No more excuses, your ladyship. I order you to rest.
Fine.
5'1", baby.
I'll rest.
Also a great size. All sizes are great, chat. Tallest is 7 foot. Okay, you got some tall people genes in your thing. My
Don't
god.
worry, Gav. She's in good
That's reaching the
hands.
point where it's like, hello,
You
you
should've
friendly
never let her
skeleton
fall
man.
into Hugo's. Back when he had some like. The question is,
Game of
where is
Thrones
he
with
now?
maps just adapt the
And what the
known
hell are
lands,
those
similar to how
foreigners doing
early
there?
maps only depicted Europe. Yeah, I like it.
I was
Better than
wondering
just
about
giving like a
that
big
all
empty
the way
world.
home.
Otto may have heard something. I'll talk to him.
And I'll talk to Torms.
The lawsman. About what?
4'9"? Alright, Chad, sound off your height. Don't be
Faithful
ashamed.
hound for a start. If any four-legged friends ever
This is
done
a
that
place where you
before,
can be whatever height you need to be. You
Torms
are.
will have read about it. But what I want to know is, what happens afterwards?
I.e. not Tinder.
It's all well and good Torgal saving our arses, but if it costs him what it cost Jill...
There's no bio to read.
Right.
You just are what you are.
Let me know if you learn anything.
Will
And be
do.
proud of your height.
And you do the same, eh?
You know, it's getting to the point where we're gonna have like a height month, where people under 6
Jill.
feet get like a full month to
Listen
themselves.
to
I feel
Talia.
I will. Thank you.
like, oh, it's like 5 foot month. Yay! Time for national healing and understanding. All the same, laying down pretty much. Unless you, well, some of us are a bit bigger on that side too. Last bio and dating apps was "fuck me please." Did that work? I never even considered that. Just be direct. The power of Earth. Clive was claimed a portion of the icon Titan's essence. Tuning with a Titan not only changes the element's aspect of Clive's magic spells, but also allows access to several new iconic abilities. Yeah, I know how this works. Titanic block can be used to fend off most incoming attacks. Using square immediately after a perfectly timed precision block will initiate a devastating counter. Interesting. Only 20% of people are over 6 feet, chat. Many of y'all claiming to be over it. Maybe we just have a very tall user. Like I have it on my ID, 6'1". So here's what it is. Thing is, I didn't even know that was like a big deal until I started hearing about all the Tinder nightmare stories. Then again, I was actually like shorter than average, or at least I felt like I was, because I was always a year younger than everyone in my class, so I was always like the shortest kid in the class because of that. Because a year matters a lot of those ages. I always felt like I was like short as growing up. because all my friends were like a year older and a bit taller. But then like in those last few high school years, I had a growth spurt. Right, speak with Otto. Hey, your classmates, we all end up doing that, usually.
Visiting hours are over, your lordship.
I run this place. I can visit anytime I like. What are you talking about?
I'll be alright, Clive. I just need some rest.
Holy crap. Thank you for the 100 bits. Use Titan? I mean, I plan to. I mean, I'm not really a big fan of Rama's abilities. They're not terribly effective. Oh, we taken care of 4 of them. Muddy murder. Rumor is spreading throughout the southern reaches of Rosaria of a pool of opalescent ooze has been sighted at the moors and meadows of the region. While it resembles naught but a puddle of strange sludge from a distance, any man or beast that draws too close is met with a masses of slimy hands that drag their prey to a gasping, grinning maw. Is that what we want for our children? 450, have them all, but well, damn, thank you. Much appreciated. You know what Moogle tastes like? This could have been the game to tell us. Are they pussed out? Pussed out.
Oh, I wasn't expecting you back so soon. Your benefactors are a generous lot. Sorry, but you're not quite there yet.
How dare you keep these from me?
Best of luck out there, Sid.
Clive!
Here you go.
Wow, why do I even keep you hired if you have nothing for me? I'm not paying you, am I? Do more side quests? I mean, I don't have any right now. Other than, like, hunts.
Otto, is now a good time?
It's not a bad one. How's Jill doing?
Oh, she's been better. Ty is making sure she gets the rest she needs.
Good.
Any word on Kupka's movements?
Vivian's doing what she can to try and track him.
So if everything one that had the
She's feeding
ramen
on
ingredients
scraps.
mission, yep. And the
We've sent
Coleman
out
camping
to
gear.
the Curse-breakers and their other friends in the west, asking them to keep their eyes peeled for anything unusual. No leads yet, but it's only a matter of time.
Right.
Side quests are you go. I know that's how you get them.
Let me know when you find something.
You get renowned from it.
There he is.
Who are you?
All right, Clive. Still busy saving the world.
That is a fancy collar you got, lady. And my god, that ponytail.
Mid. When did you get back?
Just now.
What about your studies?
Adjourned. Since Hugo Kupka invaded Rosaria. All the canvassing uproar about
It
it.
really likes
He's
behind
gone
shots
mad.
on her,
He's
doesn't it?
turned rogue. It'll be us next. You try concentrating with all of that.
All right, you win.
How long will you be staying this time?
Dunno. A while, most likely. Any road, while I'm here.
What, do I know this lady?
Do us a favour.
Glad to finally catch you live. I'm glad you finally caught me
You
live
can't
too.
just expect me to.
How you doing tonight?
Oblige her.
This is
While
Sid's
we
daughter.
are busy tracking
Oh,
down
yeah, he did
Kupka,
mention
you
her.
should have a little time to spare.
Professor! Now there's a face I haven't seen in a while. Shouldn't you have it buried in a dusty alto?
This whole family's hot, chat. This
I
isn't
did,
right.
Till a familiar trill pricked my ears. As ever, your exuberance is a breath of fresh air. Which successfully
what's her name,
scattered the
Sydney?
painstakingly assembled fragments of my thoughts.
I'll take that as a compliment. Well,
Mid,
Clive,
her
you heard the
name is
professor?
Mid. That's
So,
unfortunate.
I'll meet you
Hi,
in the
I'm
storeroom
Mid.
when you're done.
Wait, hold on. Breath of fresh air. Bloody tempest, more like.
Referring to Medolos, I'm just referring to like the meme of referring to something as mid.
Got my guilt. Huh? What are you on about?
My fee for bringing Mid across. She said you were paying.
That little
Was that Sid in FF5 who called his son Mid?
The storeroom, was it? I wonder what Mid's plotting.
Which Final Fantasy had the first Sid, by the way?
Blackthorn may be the manliest of men, but he does lack a certain tenderness. Goots, meanwhile, is as burly as a behemoth, but as innocent as a babe in arms.
God, you are like a stalker, aren't you? FF2 was the first to have a Sid.
Shouldn't you be getting some rest?
You took your time.
I'm a busy man, Mid.
I'll get to the point then. I want to turn the room down there into a workshop like the one I had at Dad's place.
Mid, you've only just come back.
And I've been thinking about it for a while. Dad said I had a knack for engineering. Told me everything he knew about it. Then sent me off to Canva to learn everything.
What's the first FF I played? My first Final Fantasy game was FF7.
That one day I'd put my studies to use for the good of the cause. But I'm helping no one.
Then I just played them in order as they came out.
I've studied enough. It's time I put my knack to work. I know that I can help the people here, and I want to do it.
Well, well, well. If Sid could see you now. All right. I'll tell Otto you'll be
That
staying.
one lady is thirsty for a new character after every story mission.
Which is why I wrote up a list of jobs for you.
Have I ever went back to older ones? FF9 mainly, and FF8 recently. But if you mean like the ones before 7, I've played most of 6.
Equipment and materials to start making my own. There's the designs for the stuff I need, and the stuff it needs smithing from. The other materials I can work myself. Just need a generous benefactor to lay them on for me. Apart from the wood, I'll need a carpenter for that, but I can just borrow yours.
Is that everything?
For now. I'll let you know if I need out else.
This is my new main mission. Build this girl a free shop.
Where to start? Materials and tools. That means Karen and Blackthorn.
You got some wood for you? Chad, I was hoping all of you would resist that joke. Chad, you take the bait for the worst jokes possible every single time. Every time. I'm just thinking in my head, I wonder who will be the one like is going to take this obvious bait if I don't take it. I should probably just start beating you all to the punch so I can like absorb this sin for you. Have you met... Wow, you're a little obvious on that joke.
Was wondering where you'd got to. Mid's back from Canva. Have you seen her?
Just now. She's planning to set up
Yeah, there was not even a hint of effort in that.
Ask me to buy her some
Night, hey,
materials.
Western, have a good night.
Here's the list.
We met Mid, yep, we're making a shop for her.
Think you can find everything on
You know
that?
Clive is a leader of this place? I know it can be hard to tell. Yeah, well, you never actually get to feel like a leader in most games, even when they tell you you are.
As for payment,
It's
Because
paid.
you still, as a gameplay main character, gotta do everything yourself.
If it weren't for her filters, we'd have naught to drink but blight water, and that would have drained the life out of us long ago.
indeed it would.
I'll send the stuff on to Mid when it comes in.
Thank you, Karen. Blackthorn, you busy?
What's it look like?
I have a commission for you.
What about Hufel? What is a
She
Hufel?
requires certain tools. Do you think you can make them?
Bloody hell. What's she planning to build with this stuff? An airship? Yeah. I'll see what I can do. Till I'll bring them over when I'm done.
My thanks. And Mid's, no doubt. That just leaves the carpenter. Let's see if Bardolph's available.
So can I make a new sword? What's up, Balak? Welcome back, man.
So, will it be?
The Grange. Oh, that is a good weapon. Yeah, we'll buy that. Well, make it, I mean. Actually, I could buy it and then improve it. Hold on.
Fine.
This lady usually sells it as well. Hey, GMC, give it a said the Dixity. Thank you for that.
Go on then.
Okay, I guess she isn't going to do it this time.
Is that all?
How likely is it that for Clive to appear in Kingdom Hearts 4, and will they butcher his character like they did with Cloud? Well, he would obviously be toned down, so he wouldn't swear or kill anyone. I mean,
Okay, yeah.
Nomura really only likes using characters he's designed. He has included a few that he didn't put in that, make himself into Kingdom Hearts. But primarily, he's like, I'm going to use the ones I made. But it's still not impossible, I feel.
So, will it be? Not bad, if I do say so myself.
Drake Slayer's belt. Ooh. That is very good.
No scratches, right? Anything else?
He'd redesign Clive to have even tighter leather. He'd have more zippers as well. Also, maybe like more flowery. And yeah, he'd probably be smoothed out a bit to fit the style. But it doesn't matter. It's Kingdom Hearts. It'll be a confusing mess. Yeah, why do everyone worry so much about what's going to appear in Kingdom Hearts? It's always never mattered. It's never that impressive. Like, look at how many arguments and discussions about, I wonder which Disney movie will appear in next Kingdom Hearts. And then it appears and it's boring. Because they don't use it very well. Doesn't matter which Final Fantasy character, which Disney World, they won't use it properly or efficiently to make it interesting. It'll just be a cameo. People like Kingdom Hearts, I'm aware.
How do, Master Sid?
Bardolph. Mid's looking to
I mean, look at all that. Do you think Star Wars would be in the next Kingdom Hearts game? What about Indiana Jones? What about Marvel?
Naturally, I thought of you.
Well, I'd love to help the young miss however I can. But I'm afraid I got my hands full just keeping this place afloat. There's
Not
old
feeling too
Steve
hot, team? You
patching,
feeling
and if
alright?
I don't
Oh, well,
patch 'em, we'll
hope
all
you're
of us
alright.
sink into the mere. I'd gladly spare Mid all the
Take it
time
easy.
I have, but the sad truth is I ain't got none.
I see.
It don't have to be me though, does it?
Maybe some
what
tea
about
would
that
help.
other fella? You know, the one over at Martha's Rest. Bernard, was it?
That's right.
Tommy? Oh, Tommy
He's a friend of the
ate some that didn't
cause.
agree with you?
I'll ask Martha if she can spare him. Thank you, Bardolph.
Least I could do.
As long as it's just a stomach ache. Alright, what do we do? Fulfill Mid's request, make for Martha's Rest. Well, hey, that actually rhymes. Alright, I've got no side missions to do, so I guess we'll just keep up with this. How do you like the game so far? I am enjoying. I'm going to answer this, I'm going to review this like a caveman. Ooh, good. Rock. Good. I feel like this is the best way of reviewing any piece of entertainment. Caveman Review is going to be my new channel, by the way. But no, I like it. I got some issues with it, but it's definitely better than like the likes of like 12, 13, and 15. Yeah, but I do miss certain elements of FF though that aren't in it. We gotta go to Martha's Rest and get, I don't know, like building supplies. You guys don't like caveman reviews? Hold on, chat. Answering a text. You go too far off the map's ocean, you hit the ice wall that keeps the continents contained. You know, I've mentioned but several times that I think a flat Earth would be an interesting idea to explore in a video game, as well as like a hollow Earth. You could make that like a BioShock kind of thing, I feel. Or, you know, maybe a little bit of Deus Ex in there as well.
Ah, Clive, what brings you to the rest?
Thoughts on the game's previous boss fights you have encountered? They've all been pretty good, though there's a few that were reused. That last one though was really good, despite being kind of long.
If he don't. We're all friends here, aren't we?
Thank you, Martha. Do you know where I might find him?
He went up to Cressida on business. No idea what, mind. Place is a ruin. Far as I know, he's still there.
I'll look for him there then.
Hey, Galahad, what's up, man? Hope you've had a good day. And a day where you got some good rest. How do you like the first Afreet icon fight? I mean, it's very scripted and some of it serves its purpose of being like, hey, this is some, you know, big shit happening on your screen right now. You going on vacation? Yep, today's the last day before I stop streaming for like a week or more. Okay, where are we going? I'm going the wrong way is where I'm going. Where are you going? Technically, well, I'm not revealing what I'm doing or where I'm going, but technically I'm not really going anywhere. To a degree. I mean, there's places I am going, but I'm not like going on a big, vacation where I like leave for like brand new lands, chat. Essentially, I'm gonna be in a cabin. But it's a cabin with a pool, and, you know, fire pits and all the good stuff. And it's got an adventure part. So I'll be able to, like, do zip lining, some, you know, mountain biking. You know, all the good stuff.
Good girl.
Okay, we gotta just head over here. Okay, we're good. You're coming to visit me in Brazil, you liar. Didn't plan for that on the itinerary yet. Dart owns 30 acres of land, so we can stay away. I'm paying money to stay in this place. I owned it. I wouldn't be doing that. Nice, you're finally enjoying your YouTube and Bitcoin 5% company wealth. Well, I'm not doing any of that. Like, I technically made no money from Bitcoin, you know. I just have that and I own it. I don't have anything like earning off of it. Now I'd have to sell it first. So it's really just my YouTube earnings, my job.
Hi, I've entered the lad who saved my life. What brings you to a place like this?
You do, Bernard. Martha said I might find you here. I have a proposition for you.
All no darts of crypto. Yes, I clearly push NFTs on everyone. Jay, you want to buy some JPEGs?
Building a workshop.
Remember you shilling for crypto for a while? The only one I've ever talked about really is Bitcoin, which everyone knows about.
And if Martha didn't mind me,
And I've mainly just talked about owning some of it.
You just tell me where you
I've always cautioned people, like, yo, don't exactly get into this stuff. It's not exactly a well-known, you know, well understood
ask a favor, though.
or trustworthy.
Of course.
Well, else do I have a crypto? That's a negative crypto emote. It's there to make fun of NFTs. Why it's called
That
Dartigan.
there is Cressida, where I grew up. Ain't much left of it now, though. Except my parents' graves. But I came up here hoping to visit. I even patched up the bridge to get across. Only to find the place crawling with fiends. But you're a dab hand when it comes to dealing with beasts and bogles, ain't you?
Seems
Any chance
fungible.
you could,
It's the least I can do.
Dartigan, I mean, it's a monkey.
thank you kindly.
You don't have 5% silly? It gave you, well, that's what chat was mentioning, not me. I just wasn't bothering to correct them because I didn't really feel the need. Alright, what am I doing? Killing things? I'm good at that.
This shouldn't take long.
Oh, wait a minute. I gotta like, can I only have like 3 icons at a time?
You're finished. It's over. Farewell.
Hey, can I command my dog to turn into a monster? Nope. But I maybe would have that ability.
Nice try. Get him!
You have to go home, back to my house with no power. Like there's been a lot of power outages in chat recently. All of my power check.
That should do it.
Why do people set up their fireworks, their home, their store-bought fireworks on the July 1st a lot these days?
Thank you, son.
So I can hear them
Then
going
my
off
folks can
tonight.
rest in peace once more.
Maybe there's like rain coming. I don't know.
How long is it since the village was abandoned?
Yes, I don't know. This has been prolonged. They're shooting them all off.
Oh, people started packing their things after the duchy fell. Between the Blight and the Imperials, you just couldn't make ends meet. Must be nigh on a decade since the last wagon left.
Same. Everyone's going to say
May as well have
same
been
in
a
chat.
century.
Same.
Looking at
I
the
said mine
place.
off on first, too.
This isn't the Cressida I remember.
Yeah, I consider playing any game with a
Sorry.
Twitch plugin. I did do the Cult of the Lamb game. And I finished that up.
Ah, don't be.
A lot of
Can't
the
live in the
Twitch
past.
integration in some
No matter
games,
who
though,
makes
isn't
them
that
live in.
great.
Soon as I'm done saying a prayer for those that
Humans
raised
have
me,
things go
it's on to your
bomb,
hideaway.
compulsion to make
I'll meet
things
you
go
there.
bomb go too strong. Monkey mode is what you're trying to say.
That should take care of Mid's little list. Better head back before she thinks of anything else.
Also, I need to switch this up. Goodbye, Rama. Hello, Titan. So what we got? Step 4 and deliver. Oh, we get the Muda Mudas? Yeah, we gotta have that. Right, both hands of the ground, causing the land to surge upwards, sending nearby enemies flying. Wind up, punch forward, hold button to wind up, further attack, increasing potency. Block enemy attacks when a guard is timed perfectly. Pressing square can use to launch up 3 counterattacks. Summon a fist to the ground, dealing damage to all enemies within range. Hold button to increase range. I think we'll go with wind up. I'm thinking of saving my points for now. Yep. I'm the champ. The good old Mike Tyson move. Okay, I think I've been here before, but anything else? You just want to go to bed, but it's too early. Yeah, I'm one of those types of it's way too, there's no way I can go to bed too early. I can't even, like, nap. Like, I never fall asleep. Someone tells me I'm going to be, like, having a fight sprung on me in that room. Wait at least, like, I literally have to wait till, like, midnight. If I try to go to sleep before that, I'll just be, like, staying awake in bed anyways. Alright, never mind. There was nothing here. Sorry, chat, I have weird yawns. Some of you like it, though. It's like, yeah, I yawn like that again. Chat, I have a proposal to make to you and also to any future game developers. They must stop overcomplicating the design of, like, your base area. I can think of very few base areas in games I actually like being in because they always give them, like, these multi-level layouts that takes forever to get around in. And everything's always scattered all over the place. Ugh, it's just like, can you just keep it like Dark Souls where you just have, like, a room or two? That's all you really need. Just give me, like, a room with some merchants in it, and that's it.
Blackthorn may be the manliest of men, but he does lack a certain tenderness. Goots, meanwhile, is as burly as a behemoth, but as innocent as a babe.
Shouldn't you be getting some rest soon?
All right, Clive? You've all done then?
I am. I've placed your various orders, and a carpenter by the name of Bernard is on his way from Martha's Rest.
That's brilliant. Thanks, Clive.
Is there anything else you need?
No, like, complicated base? Do you? Like, here, let me, like, walk up several flights of steps to talk to one person.
So as soon as Bernard gets here, we can get to work. I can't wait.
Do I think I'd be a good video game villain? I don't know. How am I written? What am I trying to do?
That's my good deed for the day done. Let's see how Jill's faring.
Alright. Oh, now we get the side quest. Like some flavor to my homes. This is not a home, this is an entire building. This is like having to like walk across your entire campus to like, yo, talk to like one person. Quest advance the plot in a meaningful way. Well, I guess it's gonna give me like some kind of new shop that she's gonna run.
Do you have a moment, Sid? A team of curse breakers has gone missing near Northreach.
Which team?
Coles. They were sent to liberate a carriage of bearers before they could be smuggled to market. They were moving in for their assault when the carriage was attacked by goblins. A cursebreaker managed to release a Stolas amid the confusion, but... this was days ago. They should be back by now, but I've heard nothing from any of them. I can't help but worry that...
They know the work is dangerous. But I'm sure they're fine.
Well,
but what
community
if I've got
lives.
them all
Look,
killed?
why are you arguing this point? I think it's a good point.
Before they go out,
Don't make
I
me
always
defend
remind them
myself.
why
I'm the
we're doing
streamer
this,
here.
What they escaped, and what we're freeing people from. But I never really
You can
thought
have
how
them
my
off.
words
You can
might
have like a
affect
good part of the
them.
community. I don't even need
What
to
risks
explore
they
because they're
might
like
take because
gated
of the
off from
things
me.
I've said.
I'll go and find them. We'll both rest easier knowing they're safe.
Thank you, Sid. And I'm
Can
sorry.
I go over to Kupka? We
trouble
totally
you
don't
with
even know where
this.
he is.
The plan was to intercept the slaver somewhere in the Dragon's Eyrie. I can't tell you much more than that, I'm afraid.
That should be enough to go on. If they were there, Torgal will track them down.
Alright. Fine and dandy. I don't really want to do a lot of side quests tonight. I might just mainly stick with plot. I'll pick them up, but I don't know if I'll do them right now.
Talia, how's Jill?
Recovering, but she still needs her rest.
Of course. Take good care of her, won't you?
I'll do my best. Oh, Gav was looking for you. He said he had something to show you in the shelves.
The shelves. Oh, that's right. He went to ask Hippocrates about Torgal. He must have found something.
Search the Dragon's Eyrie for a Cole's party, or speak with Gav in the shelves. See, I don't even like being here at my little like home base chat because it's always this. It's like, here, yo, this person wants to speak to you. I'm the boss. They could come find me. Like, I got an office and everything, but no one ever uses it.
I don't think I can do it. I'm afraid of what happens if I fail. You survived, I know, but here as many die as recover. Is it really worth the risk?
You don't need me to answer that. You know full well what we're fighting for. I hope as much as you that one day bearers can walk among others as equals.
I'd be a terrible
Until
boss,
that
hence
day,
why I'm not a boss.
A brand is a burden.
You can hear fireworks? Yeah, I mean, quite a few people in chat can probably hear like their neighbors setting them off.
To go undetected. The operation may be dangerous, but it's also essential.
Probably those fireworks you buy in like the roadside tents too. You know, the ones that are like sort of alright. But you yearn for like the really good ones that are usually illegal where you live.
But griping about my lot helps no one, I suppose. Don't worry. I'll do what must be done.
I know you will.
Unfortunately, the first thing that needs doing is the preparation of a draft to dull the pain. Something I can't do with the infirmary's ammonia supply so low. What few
Can
leaves
you
we have
speak
would
faster,
barely be enough
please?
for removing
Please,
a
I beg you.
splinter, let alone a brand.
Just tell me what you need.
You'll go. Oh, thank you. No one knows Herblord like Taya, and she swears by ammonia for easing pain. It's simple
I'm not a
enough to
boss, bro.
find
I am not.
if you
I
know
would
where
not
to
make
look.
a good boss. I can tell you that much. I would hate one because I'd hate doing it.
Along the river near the village of Amber over in Rosaria. Just search for the bright blue blossoms.
Hey, Puff, have a good night. Gather Aramonian near Ember.
Yeah. What's everyone whispering about?
The little uns have been up to their old tricks again. Jill looked white as a sheet when we brought her.
Oh yeah.
White soldiers with their ruby stain, 60s fed to the fire, shall never burn away the pain, till one man tops the pyre.
Not your best work, gotta say. I like this guy's like title is like Talbot, Savorer of Stew. Oh wait, he's eating that purple shit. Which is you'll become, you know what? This is the true shake, chat. The Grommet shake, what this guy's eating. Because we made that from scorpion tails.
Ivan's newest dish is a masterpiece. Once you get over the urge to gag, that is.
Be sure to always get over the urge to gag, chat. Opens up opportunities for you in life.
Clive, where have you been? I've been wanting to ask you something about Torgal. Where did you get him, like, in the first place?
My father brought him back from one of his expeditions into the Northern Territories. They were crossing a snowfield when they heard his cries, and seeing no sign of his pack, they took him in.
What do you reckon, Tomes?
It certainly adds weight to the theory. Clive, I believe that Torgal may be no mere hound, but a rare frostwolf, an animal native to the far northern reaches of Valisthea. In one of our oldest bestiaries, I found reference to a frostwolf who served as guardian to an ancient queen of the north. Such was his mastery over ether, he could cast magics on command. His name was Fenrir.
Fenrir,
the
huh?
Frostwolf.
Yeah, I should have thought it was weird my dog was casting healing magic on me this entire
The
time.
annals do not state it explicitly, but I have reason to believe this queen was a dominant of Shiva, a girl from the Northern Territories and her faithful hound. One awakens as the dominant of Shiva, and the other?
You're saying that Jill granted Torgal his powers?
What?
Just like Fenrir. People called him my hound, but Torgal and Jill were inseparable. He grew up as a faithful companion to the dominant of Shiva, and years later, his powers awakened, just when his master needed him the most.
You're right. If it weren't for Torgal blasting those bastards to Kingdom Come, Jill would have been for it.
Quite. Though Torgal's power is his own, his latent birthright as a Frostwolf, it had only to be unlocked.
Oh, get you, Torgal.
You're an even finer hound than we thought.
And regarding your original concern, you need not fear for Torgal's health. Why, the beast has the appetite of a behemoth.
Well, actually we should, because if he's got these same powers as us, that means overuse of them will, like, kill him. Turn him into, like, a pillar of salt, right?
There you are! I've been looking everywhere for you. Bernard's here. I need you to introduce us so we can get to work.
I shall be a moment.
How the mountain village been during the recession? The mountain village? Well, I don't live in a village and I don't live on a mountain. If you're asking about where I live. Those granted powers don't crystallize? Oh, I see. Nice little catch. You know, little loophole.
Ain't it brilliant?
It is.
Wait, did we really like spring for like a giant marble table for you?
Everyone else. But I promise I'll pay you back. I'm gonna work my fingers to the bone for you lot, starting right now. Just you wait. I'll make wonders like this world's never seen.
Then I look forward to seeing them.
Chat, that's like the 20 grand table easily in modern times. Like, marble is expensive, it's just for like thin slabs of it. This lady has an entire, like, several tons of solid chunk. In fact, I'm surprised it's not breaking through the floor.
We have everything we need to begin work in earnest. And work in earnest we shall!
She gets only the best. Well, I've been working for her, basically. You managed to get a marble table? Fuck yeah, man. Look at that. They ain't cheap. That came out of our pocketbook. I guess they found it somewhere, since it looks like it's like part ruin. So maybe they just like, you know, they did like people do in the city, and they just like, someone puts furniture around the street. They just like walk by. Oh, that's a big marble slab. I'll take that.
Thanks for before, son. That was a good deed you did me. Only right I do you one in return. Though I did wonder if I'd bit off more than I could chew when Mid showed me her plans for the place. If she hadn't been there to tell me what to do, I wouldn't have known where to start.
Thanks for letting me do this, Clive. I'll pay you back, I promise.
She's not going to.
I wish Miss Midador would let us help her with her dungeoneering. I wonder what she's going to dungeoneer next.
Let's go and ask her.
Dungeoneering. I actually don't know what she's planning to do for us. I haven't really paid enough attention, I guess.
I think
she's building something, right? Maybe she'll get the airship flying again. Chat, which Sid had the better daughter? FF15 or this game? '15, okay. Are you choosing just because she 15's like super hot and reveals cleavage and this one doesn't? Or do you honestly appreciate the mechanic girl?
But nothing definitive as yet. If only we knew for certain by what route he left Rosalith.
Well,
yeah, of course, you foreign dogs. Like, I just like her because she's
if anyone
pretty.
can piece this puzzle together, it's you. And I'm willing to wait as long as it takes.
Look, I said that, but I didn't mean to actually, like, wait. Who reads a book like that by standing several feet away from it, by the way?
Here.
Would that be a problem?
I believe it a mercy that you didn't inherit your father's throne. Your poor people would surely live in fear of
Thank you for the bits.
You have nothing to worry about on that front. I won't be claiming his crown.
That is a relief.
Clive, have you got a minute?
Oh, God. Will it ever end?
Have a guest.
A guest?
My little brother? Nope.
For your trouble. It was a pleasure, in hindsight.
Oh, it's our uncle. Cindy had nice ballistics.
Tap a cask and stoke the ovens for your favorite uncle is here.
You also made your car fly. Tired of all the friendship and being a good leader. I want to go back to fighting Mons. I mean, yeah, there's, you know, the simple purity in that. Wouldn't that cast a really terrible shadow and put your city in, like, darkness for a good chunk of the day? Think about that for a second. If you built in, like, the, you know, the foot of this thing.
The Dalmekian government sues for peace.
How shall we respond? If they're willing to accept their fault in the matter,
Also, when the sun's behind it, wouldn't it act like a big magnifying glass and just like fry your city?
We must insist on substantial reparations. The Twinside stores are not as bottomless as reported.
Aye, and we have many more mouths to feed. We shall just have to have the Dalmex empty their treasuries for us.
Okay, we're going to explain what's wrong with this kid.
Of course, none of this would have been possible without your timely intervention, Prince Olivier.
Crystal is made of pure energy, not actual crystal. It still looks and feels like a crystal. It means it reflects light. You can see the light refracting through it anyways.
The Empire owes you a great debt.
May the blessing of the crystals go with you, Your Highness.
May the blessing of the crystals go with you.
Very good.
Now, let us come to the question of precisely when the Dalmex will withdraw their troops.
Dion's fire could rid us of them in mere moments. The men of the Fist will not withdraw until a peace treaty is concluded. So let us keep the negotiations open, give them time to gather what gold and trinkets they can, and once they deliver that which we demand, what worth is a piece of parchment?
Your Radiance, were Prince Dion to take the field, the enemy would surely send their own dominant to meet him. And while His Highness would of course prevail, there would be heavy losses on both.
You need not fear Hugo Kupka. He is engaged on the Western Front. Even were the Dalmex to send for him, he would not arrive in time. As much as I would enjoy witnessing a clash between Bahamut and Titan, it is not to be.
And what of your subjects, Your Radiance? If the fighting spread to the city proper, the people would bear the brunt of it.
There will be losses, it is true. Yet for every citizen who falls, another can be bred. For every home that burns, another can be built. The Empire will live on.
What do you think of the new mature audience warnings? I mean, I'm fine with them.
Dion?
Especially if you like used to like non-mature FF games. Yes, bring me my flower. I just want someone in the background to like cough and go gay. Like, oh, sorry, I got a cold. Be better look. Sometimes that's a funny joke, and I don't care what year it is. And the gay people appreciate even more because they'll laugh at it.
Prepare for battle.
But sire...
Do not make me repeat myself. Return to your camp and await my orders.
I don't seem to like his dad too much. Wait, is that his dad? I think it's his dad, right? Yeah.
If that is your wish, Your Radiance.
Also, Dad, I have an allergy to this thing.
At once.
Sneezing. He didn't like little brother. Or new mom.
May Gregor forgive you.
This is what Prince Charles' wish he has, isn't it? He's just like,
the stars
yeah.
are in agreement, Your Radiance. The shadow of treachery hangs over Prince Dion.
Annabella's tales were true. You disappoint me, Dion.
God, how does this lady get everyone? It's like, goddamn.
What on earth is Uncle Byron doing here? Only one way to find
She's
out.
got everybody dancing to her tune, chat. She's just like too anime hot, I guess. Yep, that's all it takes. What are we doing? Speak with Byron. Maybe a beach, but that. I don't know why I had to like go stretch those words out, funnily, but I did. Not age in 18 years. Maybe that's her, you know, why she's getting everyone. Yep, some people just like that, chat. They just like, they're incredibly blessed.
Ah, my dear nephew.
Yeah, she looked like she could be Clive's sister at this point. His younger sister at that.
Through the good offices of young Sir Wayne. He really is the most helpful fellow. As are you, I hear. The Guardians and those they freed tell the most outlandish tales of your heroics in Rosalith. Which is why I came, to learn the full truth of the matter. Sort the fact from the fiction, so to speak.
You were working with the Guardians of the Flame to evacuate the people of Rosalith to Port Isolde.
I was, aye.
Then I have questions for you. Please, come inside, Uncle.
Gladly. You there? There are 2,000 gold talents in those chests. See that they're added to my nephew's coffers, would you?
Oh god, we need that if we build that girl's workshop.
2,000?
Wait, did he say coppers? Don't I have gil? Yeah, don't we? Wait, I didn't even check. Are we not using gil in this world?
I'm afraid that is all I know.
A fleet sailing south past Port Isolde. Most intriguing.
We use gil, but he brought coppers or whatever. What was it? Coppers? I forget what he said.
More. I hadn't the faintest idea Kupka withdrew wounded from Rosalith. Still less that my own nephew dealt the decisive blow.
2,000 gold talents is the equivalent to a fuckload of gil. Yeah, we gotta exchange them, though,
With this
right?
news of the Dalmekian fleet and recent reports of the Royalists' movements, that the final piece of the
How much
puzzle
would
has
that be in
fallen
gil?
into place. Come here and I'll show you.
500 talents is 5 million gil. That is quite a bit.
It is known that Kupka's forces entered Rosaria via its unguarded coast. So can the same be said of your visitors from Waloed? Certainly, her Royal Navy is famed for the efficiency with which it bears her knights from one battlefield to the next. And in the Einherjar, or Black Galleon, she boasts a vessel nigh as swift and every bit as feared as the kingdom's legendary cavalry. A fitting flagship for a land apart, her naval presence being crucial to her ambitions beyond Ash. Yes, it seems safe to assume that the Royalists did indeed enter Rosaria from the sea. So then, had you a vested interest in Titan's survival, whither would you take him? Why, home to Drake's Fang, a place rich enough in ether to conjure the magics needed to mend his hurts. But would that not entail an arduous voyage around the southern cape? Let us say that the Royalists did put ashore with a mind to spirit Kupka away from under your very nose. Could that truly have been their plan for him? To load him aboard one of the ships flying Republican colors sighted off the coast near Port Isolde. To spend weeks at sea, being tossed hither and yon by unforgiving waves, his life hanging in the balance. No. The journey would mean Titan's death, and Kupka's faithful creatures would not allow it. So what then was the plan of our Waloed friends?
Reports suggest they made not for the coast, but for the desert. And by cutting through the Velcroy, a party traveling light would have tightened back in his bed days before a galley could lurch into port. To wit, it was the Royalists, not the Republicans, who effected Hugo Kupka's safe retreat. I would stake your life on it.
This soundtrack takes a lot of cues from the past titles. I think the same guy, yeah, the guy did the soundtrack of FF14, did the soundtrack for this game, and he does that a lot in the FF14's music.
There was something a little strange about the ships I saw. The men seemed almost crestfallen, as if in mourning, as if they believed, or were made to believe, that their master was dead.
You have a keen mind, Lord Rosfield. And you have your answer. To find Kupka, you have merely to follow the Royalist trail across the Velcroy. It may well have gone cold by now, but as they say in the Republic, all roads lead to
This lady is the brain behind the operations, is she?
Allow me to accompany you part of the way. As luck would have it, I had intended to journey Canberward on business after visiting you here. The Fang would be but a short detour.
I'd be glad of the company. Give me a moment to make ready. I need to tell my friends what we've learned. And where we're going.
Very well, but be quick about it, my boy. Time waits for no man.
Who could resist that smile?
Mid's finished outfitting her little workshop, I hear.
Otto, Kupka's at Drake's Fang. I'll be leaving before sunset.
You're not going in there alone, are you?
Don't worry. I'm not going there to destroy the Mother Crystal. All I'm after is Kupka's head.
Shouldn't we also destroy the Mother Crystal?
I promise.
The Lancer and the Fang are all Kupka's personal.
You don't want to sound like a privileged first worlder, but I wonder how I'm going to eat tomorrow with the power outage.
Some call her.
Do you not have any stuff that doesn't need cooking?
Who is she?
An old associate of Sid's, and only Sid's. All I know is the name, and that they used to meet at the Dalamil Inn. We've heard nothing from her since he died.
No, sir.
But I'm thinking
There should be at least some kind of store near you that will have power, though. Unless you're in like an entire region-wide power outage.
I'll keep that in mind.
So, what about your uncle? I mean, he's welcome to stay, but...
Don't look so worried. He'll be coming with me.
Thank fuck for that.
Gav, Otto.
Hey, if I was able to survive an entire, like, winter, like, well, at least a week of, like, a massive ice storm that knocked out power for that long, and closed down, like, everything near me, because everything I know had also got knocked out with the power, I think you can manage. I believe in you. Although that changed how I even prepare for winter that time. Gotta have, like, emergency supplies, chat.
All right, Uncle. I'm ready to depart.
Power's out for your on. Okay, so, well, I mean, there's a chance it'll be back on by the time you wake up as well. Or will come on tomorrow. Vienna sausages. Ugh. Even as a kid, I wouldn't touch Vienna sausages. Like, no, I'm good. I don't need these. I didn't like the idea of, like, pulling, like, meat out of, like, brine water. I can't tell, is that a big crystal in the ground or just like a big mesa? Crystal? Okay, I didn't know that was one of the crystals, actually. Arabian nights like Arabian days. It's hotter than hot in a lot of
I was a
good
young man when
ways.
last I walked this path.
God, when did you realize so much of your childhood songs and like lines were talking about sex?
There's an old trading post not far from here. The road to Drake's Fang leads through it.
trading post it is.
The only theme any desert in any game is allowed to play. There is the sound of the desert. I mean, there's certain like biomes that we know of that we always give them the same music. I'm gonna get something to drink real quick. I'll be right back, chat. My mouth's a little dry. Just 1 second. Alright, I'm back and ready to entertain you some more. Or at least I hope that's what I'm about to do. I returned free of stomachache. Hey, congrats. I'm glad it didn't last very long. Did it go away on its own, or did you get the Tums? Needed to eat something? Did you not have anything to eat today? It was a light day for me too on the calories. Just didn't have time to eat much. Also, Jolly, thank you for your 2 months, man. You know, I actually do have emergency water supplies. Maybe I need having some food you don't need to cook that will last a while is always a good idea.
Beyond the ruins. Mark 'em well,
I'm always
Clive.
entertaining. You know
It's all
what?
too
Thank you
easy
for the
to lose
positivity.
one's bearings in the sands.
Now let's take a look at them. Ooh, okay, that's big. We need chocobo.
Let's go.
Wait, did we seriously like walk through the desert with just like with these 2 guys and like no supplies? Like, how are we alive? We should be like dying of dehydration. Yeah, we should not. We did not come kitted for survival.
All right. Thanks, Gal.
Ooh, Uncle getting fucked. That leather, yeah, you would not want to wear this out for the desert. He has to be like dying inside. He's like cooking in this thing. And the leather would be drying up and cracking. Not helped any by casting fire magic. Yep, punch it in the ass. Yeah, that's pretty good. Hate to see a bird on bird violence. I don't know, but you know, weirdly, bird fights are some of the most vicious things you can usually see for some reason. I don't know why. It's like watching two birds fight is like watching a knife fight, I feel. It's like you don't feel like Jesus. One of them always ends up dead. Which is why I never can understand why anyone would ever want to go like and watch a cockfight. It's like, Jesus, it's like watching like there's something gross about it. Birds are vicious, man, when they're out to kill.
That'll do, girl.
Well, you can't take her on your air, sure. How's the game? Game good. I like.
Time to fight.
See that? I just like punched someone's skull through the glass. However, if you're like only like traditional Final Fantasy, you might have issues with it. Devil May, yeah, this is essentially Devil May Cry at this point. You can't really call it anything else but Devil May Cry. Nothing here. Nothing there. This game needs a gun. It does. It's called My Magic. It even like air juggles people. What it really needs though is a double jump. Cockfighters attach ray. I know that's what they literally turn it into a knife fight. But even like bird fights out in the wild, when not from cockfighters, even those kind of like feel like you're watching a knife fight happen. And then don't even get me started on what is it, cassowary? I think it's called. Like cassowary is like the most intimidating looking animal you could ever be confronted with. Like I'd rather have like a lion approach me than like a cassowary. If that sounds accurate to anyone. Like looking at a cassowary is like looking at like a fucking raptor approaching you.
I can't see a thing.
Come, Clive. Let us turn back before we lose our way.
Final Devil May Cry, Final Fantasy X32. Just put all the names in there, why don't you? Cassowaries, no fuck around. I mean, yeah, they can be very dangerous because they can like disembowel you.
You and I rode this way together.
They're just super intimidating.
Scouting expedition to Drake's Fang.
He let me come with you.
I'm not surprised you don't remember. It was just before Joshua was born. You were so eager to be there when your brother arrived that you whipped your chocobo too hard on the journey home and fell from the saddle. I shall never forget how Elwyn bust those.
Theater uncle, yep. I just hope he doesn't die. Can you do like a special like counter with this move? Maybe it's just my regular. But this isn't working. I guess the timing is very precise on it. Scorpions are demon creatures. I will admit they're very intimidating to look at. There's something a little bit nightmarish about them. There we go. Holy shit. Perfectly murdered. Speaking of my counter, Emil something. Wanted to get rid of this. This is wind up. Am I using wind up? I think I'm using wind up. Yeah. Titan counters are really good. Yeah, it seems that way. Hey, the red chocobo is nice to me. As long as you don't have that blue motherfucker. Wait, is there a chance like the multicolored chocobo is like a not an actual chocobo and that's why it makes the other ones attack you? Yo, what are those? Have you ever heard those parasitic birds, chat, where they're not actually like a bird will lay its nest, its egg in another bird's nest? What are they? Were they cuckoos or something? I don't know. Maybe it's like that. It just looks like a chocobo, and the other ones like follow its lead. Makes sense. Those aren't called chocobos. Yeah, I can't think of any other reason why they are the only ones that attack you either. Multicolored chocobos are dangerous. They summon comets. I have not seen them do that, but I just know they're the only ones that attack me. And they cause other chocobos around you to go after you as well. Let's go into the cool shade.
Friends of friends, I'd wager. Not that they looked very friendly.
I don't know if chocobos are a good desert animal either. I don't know if they would, they'd do so well. Okay, my ejected markers. Okay, that's just stopping point. There's nothing actually here.
Lord Cook has finally made his move.
Night, hey Garrus, have a good night, man. Have a great one, in fact. Okay, this is blocked off by a sandstorm, but what about up here? Yeah, well, we'll wait. Yeah, because we'll be going down to a new area. I might as well check that out up there. One playthrough. I miss that having an actual chocobo song, to be honest with you. It feels weird to be on a chocobo and not having like do 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 do.
Have you lost your way already, my boy? The ruins mark the road to the inn.
I know. I'm checking around, Uncle. Can you feed the chocobo? No. You can't even pet it. You can only ride. Hello chat, I went ice skating for the first time ever today and I didn't fall and bust my ass a single time. I am accomplished. You know what? Good on you for having style, because I know I would. I can't even roller skate. Guess the mods really do have lives? Yeah, I told you. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, it's a turtle. Bastic cococulum. I can't read that.
Well, Clive, looks like you're gonna need me to pick a sword.
he does fuck ton of damage. Go ahead, AGMC, have a good night, man. Move is turning out to be pretty good. Need to heal. Okay, he's at half health, chat. Or actually a little bit below that, but God, this thing, bro. But it's been good practice for learning this counter. Cold shower? You had a cold shower. How long were you able to stay in? I haven't actually done one in a while. Now, I've only usually ever managed like a minute or two where I gotta get up. I'm like, gotta get up. When last night for a minute because my water took like 5 minutes to heat up. I'm almost dead. You're almost dead. You have to actually wait. Well, it takes that long for your apartment's like hot water to heat up. I'm in a studio garage with both my floor fan and swamp cooler running. Used to boob sweat.
It should have stayed in its shell.
That was a lot of kill, chat. No, usually it was 3 a.m. Okay, so I'm guessing the apartment building like manages that, changes it a little bit throughout, you know. Well, yeah, California is weird like that, aren't they? Gotta save power and water where they can. Old pipes.
Fly, Ambrosia.
Alright, let's head for the objective now. I don't want to kill every scorpion in my way. So I'm guessing it's like a very old building. That hasn't been updated in a while. Fly Ambrosia, she can't. Well, she can do like the chicken fly. You know, where they like flap and like... I'll show you. She's not a gold chocobo, you know. Only the gold ones can fly. Okay, invisible wall.
Ah, there she is. The good old Dalamil Inn. Do you know, this heat has given me quite a thirst. Quick drink before we press on?
No fly at all? Well, then what is this? I mean, it's a limited flight, for sure. Dog, you don't like this place. Oh. Don't be racist, dog. They're just... Come on.
Ration steeds. No doubt about it.
And such a long ride from Stonehere. Our Luda friends must be soothing their saddle sores in the inn. Shall we join them?
Like, I don't think he's ever seen, like, the Empire's chocobos, though, but he somehow knows they're, like, bad.
Good day to you. Eating?
Sorry about my pal. He only talks when his mouth's full. What do you recommend?
Well, if you're after something light, we do a fine chocobo soup with lentils and honey.
2 bowls of that, then. An ale.
Chocobo soup?
Right you are.
Hey, girl!
Coming!
Your pal?
Would you rather be my squire?
God, this was fast service. I don't even think she turned in an order. Oh, it's, you know, different upstairs. Oh, our brother's here.
Your Grace, it is plain you are not yet well enough to travel. If you would only let me take you to someone who can better attend to your ills.
No, we must press on. Prince Dion has returned to his camp and will soon depart for the front. I must speak with him at all costs. Miss this chance and I may never get another. You do understand that?
Yes, Your Grace. But you must at least agree to take your medicine. I'll fetch you some water.
Also, musical. How you doing, man? Sorry I missed your comment earlier. So I'm assuming what is making him, but he's been sick since we first were introduced to him as a kid. I'm assuming it's not the same thing as like that turns people into like a pillar of like salt or from being like a dominant, right? He's got like just like childhood drama disease. Yeah. If you have a coughing kid in a scene, you just know what that usually means.
I hear they got our guest back to the Fang without any trouble. We'll be leaving soon enough.
Why the Lord Commander dragged us all this way just to save that blockhead's skin, I'll never know. Dominant or not, he's a bloody idiot.
That'll be Cooker, then.
God, both of these Pete groups are bad at keeping their voices down.
Let's get this down us. We've a long way to go.
Hey, you.
Uncle?
Sorry.
Can you walk, Your Grace?
What's wrong?
I fear trouble may be brewing downstairs.
You two are travelers, are you not? Me and my companions are strangers here. Perhaps you'd be good enough to accompany us a while. Help us find our way.
Sorry, lads, but we've got business in Camber that can't wait.
Ah, I'm sure you could spare us an hour or two.
Come on.
Friend.
Big appetite.
I'm afraid we don't have a moment to lose. Friend. Stay back, Uncle.
Gladly.
Uncle has turned into comic relief.
Diablo, take it!
Try it.
Bravo, my boy! Just like that!
This game needs some comic relief. To a degree, you're right. And that was a pretty good scene for comic relief as well. Comic relief chat should only be done. See, I think people make the mistake of thinking they need a dedicated comic relief character. Comic relief is always better when it's from a character who isn't there to be comic relief. Comic relief character is almost always universally bad, I feel, because that's all they get to do. But those moments are always better when it's a character you don't expect to make you laugh. I got bloody high. I skinned these guys. Say that louder. I mean, I thought I sounded pretty loud, but I feel that's, pretty accurate. I mean, there are some good comic relief characters who are dedicated to it if it's in a right movie or like a piece of entertainment. Oftentimes they're just really annoying.
For your trouble. Word of advice, miss. That soup could do with a touch more salt.
Yes, he paid. He's a good lad. He's a good lad indeed. He's kind of giving up Uncle Iroh vibes right now, isn't he? What? Yeah, real big Uncle Iroh vibes. We even have the scar on our face, like the young lord.
Now's our chance.
Yeah, we're basically Zuko.
Your Grace?
I'm fine.
I don't think they need to leave. We killed everyone. Oh. They do that only after he left.
Clive?
When he got further away. I mean, it's not a big town. This is like a place in the desert. You could probably find him. Oh, his favorite orange thing.
What is it now?
Probably guards. I don't know. Maybe.
It's nothing. Let's go.
Joshua says he hates carrots. Oh. Probably why he's dying. You didn't eat your carrots. He's malnourished, Chad. Eat your veg, even if you have to like turn them into a slurry.
Where are you?
Well, we didn't know where to find Kupka before. We do now.
The Royalists said it themselves. Their guest is in the Fang. We should press on before any more of their friends turn up.
Mick for Drake's Fang.
Made from the stoutest stoneware. Won't chip, won't crack, no matter how rocky the road.
Your arms are like iron. Are all your muscles so hard?
Well, I'd be happy to show you, provided I can afford it.
Oh, I thought that we had a romantic scene there. Like, no, just a, a business arrangement. I see it.
Won't you come and play, handsome?
Sadly, this isn't an actually Witcher game. Oh, nice Slav squad, bro.
It's all the fault of this
Wait.
blasted war.
He's got too much hair, but he's almost a
Find out you're
patches
from
like
the
that.
Empire, they flat out refuse to do business with you.
If he were bald, chat, that would be a reference. If only he were bald. Boy patches.
It's all the fault of this blasted war. The moment they find out you're from the Empire,
Even
they
emerging, yeah.
flat out refuse to do business.
Gil for a measly bunch of Gazal greaves.
Wait, that's how you pronounce it?
I'll
Gazal.
end my price. If you can't pay it, that's your problem.
So those look like Napa cabbages to me.
Fucking men of the wrong. Anytime they pull their snouts out of Cook's trough is when they want to lord it over us.
Dude wanted to make sure that cigarette was very well lit. Genuine cactar needles imported from across the sea. Just one prick and your little sparrow will sing. I'm not sure if that's talking about cock or not. I feels like that'd be like acupuncture for your dick. I don't know.
Let me treat you. I'm pretty flush these days.
Are you now?
I don't know about it. I don't think it worked. Sounds pretty cockish. Yeah, I've just never heard it described as a little sparrow. No needle comes near your sparrow. What if it's not working right? Man, I wish there was something to do in these towns they give me. It's kind of disappointing. It's another one of those things I could rack up as like a bit of an issue. Serving girl.
The inn's a mess of blood-soaked splinters thanks to you. The least you can do is let us clean up in peace.
You were paid.
I told the guard those soldiers started it. Don't need any more trouble.
Why's the tavern shut?
Another fight, is it? Some people can't handle their drink.
Works just fine for now.
Sorry, but the master's not here at the moment. All orders have to go through him.
You could melt butter in that furnace. Get it stoked.
Right away.
Oh, the fudge. This is the first location I've liked, chat, because it isn't all full of people like, man, I really love slavery. First decent place. At least so it seems.
Clumsy lout. If anything's damaged, it's the lash for you.
Okay, never mind. Never mind. Take it back. Take back what I just said. I was, seeing with rose-colored, desert-tinted glass. I don't know, whatever.
A word of advice, traveller. You see pots like this around town, you leave them alone. Unlike where you come from, fresh water's in short supply around these parts. We store what little rainwater we get in these pots for, well, not a rainy day, but you know what I mean.
We need every deciliter. Didn't Dune get a new trailer recently? Like Dune 2? Desert Boog. Sorry.
The finest fabrics, fresh from the
The most fragrant herbs and spices from the breadth of the twins and beyond.
Oh. I do like my spices. People here are better than most. I guess,
Needed.
Once you go flat.
Silken softness.
Oh, flatbread. This man knows how to market. He should be like right across the person across from him should be like making like loaves of bread while this guy's making flatbread. I'd buy from this man. He impressed me. This is like what, non-bread, I think they call it? Whereas, though I think that's a misnomer since non means bread. I don't know, it's flatbread, whatever. Also thank you for the bits.
fresh from the grill. Get it while it's hot.
Plates and pots, bowls and basins.
Yeah, I like this place, but there's just really nothing to do.
This town is truly blessed. The bustling markets, the healing waters, and all under the watchful eye of Lord Kupka, who stands ready to crush any threat that might face us.
Ah, they've closed the road, and it's the only way from here to the Fang. It would seem Lord Kupka is not accepting visitors at present.
We have to get through that gate.
Not by force, I trust. We've attracted quite enough unwanted attention already.
By guile, then. Perhaps the Desert Hare can offer us her aid.
Rosina Dalamil, woman of mystery. But how will we find her? We know naught of her but her name.
and that she was working with Cid. Cid's other collaborators have all been people of means, the wealthiest and most successful members of their communities. I'll wager this Rosina Delamel is the same.
That would certainly help to narrow the search. We need only inquire as to who is in charge of the town.
And that's exactly what I mean to do.
Yo, who's rich around here?
Looks like we won't be getting back to Drake's Fang anytime soon.
Well, it's not like we've got a reason. Light it, for Gilbert's sake.
Anything I can help you with, travelers? Allow me. My good man, we represent one of the oldest and greatest trading houses of Port Isolde. We're seeking to expand our business in the region and would very much like to make the acquaintance of Dalamel's leading entrepreneurs. If only we knew where to find them.
Well, we're best known for our baths, our markets, and our smithies. I suppose you could do worse than start your search at one of those.
Thank you. You've been most helpful. Oh, you wouldn't happen to know a lady by the name of Rosina Delamel, would you?
No. I can't say I do.
Well, thank you all the same.
Thank you, Uncle. You did not help us at all. So can't we just like sneak around them and take a boat?
This river runs all the way to the southern seas. They used to load the crystal onto barges and sail it to the villages downstream. Before the canyons were lost to beasts and bandits. When I was a girl, I would wave to the boatmen as they set off on their long journey, and they would throw me sweetmeats in return. Such happy times.
I got bad news for you, lady. This is gonna be an Instagram location in the future. People come here and take so many obnoxious selfies. So you wait, you get water like this, it becomes Instagrammable. And if it's in the desert, even more so.
What do you want? Can't you see I'm busy?
I won't keep you long. I'm looking for someone. A woman by the name of Rosina Delamel. Do you know her?
Never heard of her. Is that all?
One more question. If I wanted to find the richest trader in town, where would you recommend
Not
that I look?
suspicious at all, by the way.
That's easy. The Briar's Kiss. Won't find a finer smithy this side of the strait. The owner's only a young sprig, but he's got all the right ideas.
The Briar's Kiss, you say? Thank you.
I doubt this young sprig is the person we're looking for. You said Cid's contact was likely to be an influential sort. Influence comes with age and experience. Believe you me.
This man hasn't heard of Instagrammers either. Oh, I don't know why. I'm in the mood. I want to like bash social media some more.
Mummy, I want to play with the crystal.
How many times do I have to tell you? It's not a toy.
It's a magical force of power. Young people can't be influencers. Usually most of them actually are. This guy was saying like young people can't, be influential, and I was like, no, Grandma, you just don't realize the times are changing. Some kid who's really good at Fortnite can move nations.
Can I help you?
Yes, I'm looking for a woman by the name of Rosina Delamel. A long-standing pillar of your community, I believe, from old trading stock.
Then you should ask.
You know who would have been really good to bring in this mission to the desert, chat? The lady who can make ice and water whenever she wants.
And he's in with all the old.
Like, oh no, I'm fine. I'll stay here.
Try the baths. That's where
XQC got $100 million deal. Yeah, I heard about that.
Thank you kindly.
Quite a big, quite a, and yeah, it's a fuck ton of money. I'm not gonna lie. Jilda's healing. She seems to be the only one that gets like, really screwed over by her powers this much.
Let's go and find out exactly what this Furder knows.
Hey, incense! What's wax candles?
Excuse me. Are you Furda?
I am. Can I help you, travelers?
I hope so. You've lived here for some time, is that correct? Do you know Rosina Dalamil? We believe she may be a trader of some renown.
And what business do you have with the desert hare?
She was a close friend of mine. I was hoping she might be able to help me.
Very well. Go to the bordello. I'll arrange an introduction.
The bordello?
Do you think we can trust him?
Only as
Isn't this
far
our
as I
second,
think
like,
he
you'll
trusts us.
adult business we've been doing, like, been important in the game? Chat kind of quiet. A lot of people have gone to bed.
The ones who've been sniffing around.
Or at least I thought. And then the number jumped up to 98 viewers. I don't know. All right, chat, talk more.
Stick your nose in our
Hurry, say
business.
something, even if it's nonsensical. Don't be sleepy. I killed for you. He's got attitude from my neighbor while dumping recycling. God, like, maybe she's having a bad night, or maybe she is a bitch. I don't know. Usually, there's like a history of that kind of attitude, especially if you weren't doing anything but like letting her go first to recycle. Chad, this game really needs like Devil May Cry's like rating system so you can tell how awesome you're being in every fight. Charged a red for max damages you didn't. Oh, so you release it when it's in the red. I was like letting it fill up the entire bar. Recycling is serious business. You gotta get that can money, man. You can build a future of that. She hemmed. I didn't see her. I apologize because I had big boxes. Let her go first, and she was irritated. Yeah, that seems like a bit of a, bit of a strong, attitude to take over nothing. I was on YouTube and saw your video, and now I'm here. That is what it, it's meant to do. And thank you for checking me out here on Twitch.
Though one could hardly call that.
Tell me, what are your thoughts?
Lord Furda?
Do you like what you hear?
Look what the cat dragged in.
Your skill with a blade is rare indeed, my lord. A fitting talent for an outlaw.
You know who I am. So what now? Call in the Men of the Rock and collect the bounty?
That is a hard decision to make. Our
We'll
work is
see.
done.
Well, I recommend you hit that follow button. That goes for anyone who's new, actually. You know, you can't just like judge a stream off one Twitch stream. You gotta go a couple of them.
Yes, my lord.
Get a full idea.
To the Lock of Leisure.
Also, this will be like my last stream for like at least a week or so. Because I got vacation stuff. So don't forget me, new people. Alright, make for the Lock of Leisure. How long's the vacay? Like I said, it's weird because I'll probably like have a stream or two during it. Because I'm still gonna be at home for a good chunk of it. So I might throw in a stream or so.
Fresh bread.
So, you know, I won't be gone for the entire time of it. Are you still not invited to the cabin? I'm afraid not.
Is this the place?
Lubo's Forge. The Briar's Kiss.
Ah, so it was the young sprig after all. So much for Rosina Dalamil being a woman of experience. How
Cabin in the
wrong I
woods.
was.
It was an easy mistake to make, Uncle. After all, it must have been years since Sid last saw her.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. It looks like a great place.
Whoever this Lubor truly is.
Like I said, I even bought,
he's truly
s'mores.
a man of means.
S'more ingredients,
I'd say he
chat.
deserves our respect.
See that he gets it.
Are you cringe? No, you're fine. I mean, we're all cringe here, so you don't have to worry. Even if you are, it's like, oh, well,
Lubor,
I'm in good company.
Lord Furder told me to bring them to
You
you.
dirty little s'more. Now that's how you talk dirty to someone. Look at you being all gooey.
My boys tell me you're in need of assistance.
With a bit of crunch on the outside.
Sid the Second.
Gooey mouthfuls, yeah, you've been waiting for that. Use that one.
Passage through the south gate.
Tell me, what do you think is a merchant's
This
most
game subverts the important man is actually a woman trope by doing the opposite. Important woman. Well, given the time period we live in, you can actually start doing that now. I hadn't thought of that.
Have nothing.
Everyone's always expecting like the
nothing
strong,
is exactly what you have.
strong female character, and then
So
like,
for
oh,
you,
it turns out it's a man.
Nothing. I'm not in the business of helping every lost puppy that wanders in off the street. I'm a busy man.
Not gonna let go of
as you
that
can
command.
see.
I'm sorry. I should probably actually add
Let's
it.
leave this mummer to his farce.
By all means. Find someone else to help you on your way.
Where to rate this
be
FF
sure
out of
to tell them
16?
you're not
I've been
the
saying
two
I compare it
travelers from me
most to
and the
like
guards are
10
looking
in terms of how much I like it.
Don't want them jumping to conclusions,
And that
do we?
it's also what I feel like a
Why,
very
you-
transitionary entry into the series, and that it's trying new things and like a new tone that'll probably set the stage for the next couple of Final Fantasy games.
Trust.
I like this one. Willing to do whatever it takes to get what he wants. Ha! Men like you have a special place in my heart. Why, you ask? Because they get me what I want. Always.
Fine. So what do you want?
Don't tell me you're going to listen to this swaggering scruff.
We might as well hear him out. It's only natural that an ally of Sid's would seek assurances of strangers. Assuming he is an ally, of course. 5 years ago, he would have still been a boy.
And yet even then I had more good sense than a man, 5 times my age? But enough of the pleasantries. We were speaking of what I want. I want you to put an end to the trouble in Dalamil. Return to me when you have done so, and you shall have my aid. Until then, I bid you good day.
What trouble? If you're going to give us orders, be clear about them, damn you.
This is the guy that would have been great in Final Fantasy 13.
With honey than with
What's my goddamn focus?
What did you call me?
My apologies. A word of advice in recompense. Follow the crystals. Oh, but that was 3. Oh, I'm making this too easy for you.
Ha! It will be easy. Solving his little riddle should be like dealing with him.
Why would you not tell us the objective you want us to do,
Divide our
though?
forces, Clive. I'd rather not drag this parlor game on any longer than we need to.
All right. Good luck, Uncle.
Follow the crystals.
I thought we were the only ones causing trouble in Dalamil.
Okay. So we just finished up one mission where we had to go talk to everyone. Got another one. This is definitely
Excuse
Patty.
me. Is it true there's been trouble with crystals of late?
You've heard, then?
I've heard rumors.
Damn thieves. Pilfering the crystals that were meant to fill our cups and light our stoves. Us common folk have hardly had a shard to share between us these last few moons. And it isn't as if we can buy them on the black market either. Whoever's taking them, they aren't sharing.
Investigate, Clive. Investigate. We'll get to the bottom of this mystery. It's not even fun to do this because it just clearly points out who you talk to. If they wanted to do this, and then maybe you should have to like
Depends
overhear
what
it,
for.
like figure out who to
Just
talk
a
to.
question.
That'd probably take add more padding though, so maybe I
Dartigan
wouldn't like
seems
that.
to be thriving compared to the other villages I came through on the way. Is there a
I just
reason for
finished
that?
the last Sid
we're a
1
stone's
mission. How
throw
much
from
into
Drake's
spoiler
Fang, for
territory
one.
am I? Have I
The
watched?
soldiers
Quite a
guarding
good
the
deal,
mother crystal
actually.
when the shipments need a place to spend their hard-earned gil. The men of
Because
the rock
I'm
throw
well
their money
past the
about
old
like there's no tomorrow.
Sid stuff.
Is that so? Well, thank you. Don't let me keep you from your work any longer.
That would not be fun. There's been times where there's been investigations that, you know, investigation missions that have been interesting. Damn, yeah, I hate to miss out on you watching as well, but hey. Yeah, you will probably be spoiled, because we are on a main story quest mission. This is not a side quest. I'm going bald. Any idea on how I can regrow my hair? You realize if I knew that, if I knew how to do that, I would be unfathomably wealthy. The only, I can give you some advice that everyone probably already knows. If you're starting to go bald, you can start taking finasteride, I think it's called. I think there's another drug as well that can apparently do a pretty good job of stopping it from, you know, losing your hair. So, given how much you've lost already, you can go ahead and maybe like try to save the rest of it. That's an option to you. Though that costs money, obviously, and you gotta get a prescription from a doctor, but it's not too difficult.
You wouldn't believe
Other than
how much
that,
you gave me.
you can just, you know,
I hope you gave
accept
as
it,
good as you got.
start shaving your head, I guess. Or maybe you won't lose as much hair as you think, I don't know. Sorry, what? Yeah, if I knew how to like cure male pattern baldness, I'd be wealthy. Billionaire wealthy.
Not a soldier.
Ugh, then be off with you. I serve the men of the
There's a
rock, and the
good
men
chunk of the
rock
human race that is like, hey, give me that shit. Give it.
An agreement with them?
Don't be stupid. I just know which side my bread is buttered. I don't want to be stuck under some pauper when they come.
Aren't there shampoos that help regrow hair?
Pockets deeper than Zemeckis
Hey,
and an
don't.
urge to empty
I
them.
wouldn't trust them. I would go with like the actual finasteride that stops you from losing the hair you have, because I don't know of anything that can actually regrow hair.
I think I'm starting to get an idea of what's been going on.
Most of that just feels like it's like you might, right? I don't know. I wouldn't trust
Probably be
it.
back at the inn by now.
Needed to a silken softness.
I would say
like
try
it
to
in a
like just
cloud
start
with a
taking
crust.
finasteride. Or the other brand. There's like two different versions, two different like types of drugs that'll stop your hair from falling out. She's a proper prostitute. How do you know what a proper prostitute is? You love Sid's overall design, the gruff Cockney accent, and the samurai sword style, but the long sword and short to fit the theme was just so cool. Second wave Sid. Sydney is first for reasons. You can go ahead and say your reasons. We won't shame you. We'll just have a good laugh, because we all know what those reasons are.
It's you, the one who broke all our furniture. What do you want? Haven't you caused enough trouble already?
I'm looking for my pal.
I'm sorry, did you want me to let them kill
The
me?
gentleman who was with you? Yes, he's upstairs, but
Thank you. I'll go and fetch him.
Why is the tavern shut?
What's our uncle up to?
Let me treat you. I'm pretty flushed.
Huh?
Will this suffice as a deposit?
By the sands. That's a black pearl.
One of the many treasures in my collection that I would be only too happy to part with, should you give me reason to do so.
All right. I'm sure that we can come to an agreement, but not here.
What are you doing, Uncle?
Probably getting yourself in trouble.
Care to explain why you're giving gifts to Kupka's men?
Bait, my boy. One cannot catch one's prey without it. And I do believe I've snagged us quite the quarry. I started
Am
by
I
asking
going
around
bald?
the
No.
markets as to where I might purchase some
I'm all.
crystals.
I don't want to rub it
luck,
in,
of
but
course.
I
It's
got plenty of
forbidden
hair
to
up there.
trade in such things. But my uncharacteristic indiscretion just happened to attract the attention of those uniformed ruffians. They took me aside and said they could procure the crystal I sought if I proved I could pay for it.
For my dad, how does that make sense? I guess you took after your mother.
I thought they'd ask for more. A second-rate specimen like that would only fetch 500,000 or so. A small price to pay for admittance to the underworld. But enough about my little act of subterfuge. What did you discover?
That the supply of crystals has dried up of late. And some people seem to think they're being stolen. Meanwhile, members of Kupka's private guard have been spending money all over town. I'll wager those soldiers you've been talking to have been siphoning off crystals meant for elsewhere. And pocketing the profits.
You gonna stream on your
I'll wager you're
birthday?
right.
Probably not.
We'll meet with them then. Just as you
But
arranged.
the day after. You can
put an
treat that
end
as
to the
my
trouble
stream
Lubor
birthday.
spoke of.
Ha! That preening popinjay thought this would be difficult. It just goes to show one should never underestimate a Rosfield. We'll soon wipe that smirk off his face.
Hey, Miss
I arranged to meet with the soldiers in a
Nippsmith.
secluded corner of the
Thank you for the 7 months, man. Found you through GameSins, YouTube about a year ago. Have you ever done face reveal? Well, yes. My face is not a mystery. I was on stream with a camera just like a month ago. So if you watch my, if you go look at the stream for the Dark Pictures, The Devil in Me, I think it was called, then you'll see my, well, the second one that is. Then you'd see my face there. You can also just Google it. Either there's like Dartigan's face and it'll probably show up as like the first result. But yeah, my image is not a mystery. I just when it comes to my content, I usually want my content to be like first and foremost what people are watching and not necessarily me. I don't know, I feel like that kind of content ages better as well. I am just camera shy, but I do honestly feel that like content that doesn't have the person, that isn't focused around the person so much when it comes to this online stuff, just has a like long shelf life.
I need a drink.
Fucking men of the wrong.
But that's just me speculating. He's a goober with a very blessed jawline. I like that everyone is, come to realize this about me. He got that jawbone. And that chin. Like, everyone knows at least this part of my appearance.
Do you think they'll be back soon?
I can crack walnuts with the chat. Just like, yeah, I have that nutcracker emote, and that's for a reason. Not just for like, to get around Twitch's like nut. He doesn't like nut emotes anymore, but because I can do that. Also, is there a place I can buy? I need to buy Posh. I just realized I got no Posh. I'm very sparse on Twitch, to be honest. My first time here is, I'd say, 3 months, so I'll sub when I'm here, dudes. Hey, you never have to worry about subbing to me. I never expect it of anybody. Sub if you want to, and if you want to use the emotes. Otherwise, you're welcome to watch for free if you want. But I appreciate it, and thank you for your support when you do. But like I said, if you just want to watch, that's already more than I could ever ask of anyone.
Are you looking for something in particular?
Just having people to talk to while I'm streaming is already, a great thing. Desert Rose. Used in crafting. Alright, we'll buy a few.
An excellent choice. Here you are. My thanks. Here you are. My thanks.
Should I have another beer, chat, Dart? Is it okay to ask you're asking us if you should drink more? I mean, how many of you had already? I think there's an important context we're missing if we were to make the decision for you. Are you going to be driving afterward? Is you in your house right now? I don't know. A lot of different parameters could change this answer. Also, what are you drinking as well? If it's just like, yo, like, here's some shitty beer. Maybe not. You got work tomorrow morning. Hmm? So you like chat? Of course I like chat. I mean, I wouldn't be streaming if it wasn't for a chat.
Faster.
Okay, that is not. Okay, that is not the way I go. Oh, okay. Okay, what am I doing? We need to get across the bridge. Drank last night. Ended up chasing whiskey with Mountain Dew again. Hope you're alright. That's a lot of drinking.
I can walk from here.
Also, whiskey and Mountain Dew? I'm no drinking aficionado, but that sounds like... that sounds gross to me.
Do you think they'll be back soon?
I know soda gets mixed with, like, vodka a lot, but it's usually like Coke, isn't it?
Silver platters. Sweet incense. What?
Looks like we won't be getting back to
Oh,
Drake's
it's over this way, never mind.
Light meat and dark.
Who mixes vodka and Coke? Well, like, vodka is like what most things get mixed with, right? Because it doesn't really have much flavor. Like, I'm not a drinking person. I just know that, yo, Coke is used in a lot of drinks. That's all I know. Is it rum? Okay, rum then. I'll leave it to the more lush members of my chat to, like, let me know how the drinks work. Where's my bird? Oh, there it is.
Run like the wind.
Ginger ale for the win, but that's not alcoholic. But I guess there's versions of it that are. Vodka usually goes with city drinks. I'm assuming you meant to say city drinks or sissy drinks. I'm not really sure. It could be either one. I do all the things on YouTube that the algorithm overlords like, so if I can support more for a content creator I like, I will. Can I ask if you've been asked offer any other platform deals of late? You know who I mean? You mean Kick? They haven't contacted me. But hey, Kick, if you want to give me $1 million or buy me a house, I might consider streaming on your platform once a week. But also, I appreciate you, like, doing all the, you know, apparently the algorithm demands on YouTube. Really, that's just, like, watching, liking, and, like, commenting. So if you're doing that, then hey, I tip my hat. Once a week, apparently, they seem like they give people some really, you know, if you're worth it anyways. They, like, XQC is getting 100 million. He doesn't even have to. He's not even exclusive. He can stream on Twitch as much as he wants.
I was beginning to think you weren't coming, my lord. You've brought
But
your
I highly doubt they'll be contacting me.
All the silver and stones I could scrape together at such short notice?
You brought the whole 500 talents.
That was the price we agreed upon, yes? If you've no objections, I'd like to see the crystal.
Of course. Right this way, my lord.
Not bad at all. You weren't lying about the clarity. But what of security? If I were to be stopped on the road, what guarantee have I that it wouldn't be seized as property of the Republic?
Because these crystals are no longer the property of the Republic. You're not buying from us. You're buying from them.
And we have no more jurisdiction here than you, my lord. But we have ships, and will gladly deliver to a port of your choosing, now that our price has been met.
Royalists, eh? What brings you here?
Why, to collect their share of Drake's Fang's blessing, of course. Our nations are allies, and so they are entitled to a portion of the Mother Crystal's bounty. And being such good friends, we elected
Remember
to
the mixer
increase
deals?
that
This is a
portion
2.0 scenario.
and share
That's
the
up in the air right now.
benefits.
No one really knows.
And now that these crystals are officially property of the Kingdom of Waloed, we are duty-bound not to interfere, no matter where they might happen to end up next.
Did you get all that? They're in cahoots!
So it would seem.
My lord, what is the meaning of this?
Double-crossing dogs. They're not here to do business. Kill them. Kill them both!
It's not over yet, Uncle. Good. I'm just getting warmed up.
Ooh, Magic Man.
Titan!
Yeah, go for the cock. Well, he brought the chocobos? No! I had to kill the chocobos. Oh well. Why would you not like ride them into combat and then mount it for it? You got fireworks? What'd you get? They're going off? Yeah, okay, you got fireworks going on. Yeah, I've had them going off. I can hear them, you know, frank pops in the distance.
Well, that wasn't too bad. How'd you like my performance, huh? I've often played the villain on the stage. I think I did the role
Well, he actually does do
justice.
theater.
Don't you?
Greybeard.
But we already knew that,
You
but
were magnificent.
that was like,
The battle scene was particularly thrilling. Such a shame you didn't have more of an audience, but perhaps that's for the best.
How long have you been watching?
Long enough to witness your uncle's sordid transaction. I hardly expected one so venerable to degrade himself so thoroughly, buying one's way into the confidence of degenerates. Ingenious.
This was the trouble you spoke of. The men of the Rock taking crystals meant for the common folk and conspiring with the Royalists. Well, now it's over.
Indeed it is. The people of Dalamil had scarcely any means of redress against
what is it,
Kuka's men,
NPS? You'd like to plug me? Plug me? That sounds wrong.
two came along,
Plug in
that
if
is.
allowed? I'm not sure what you mean, but it's probably fine with me, whatever it is.
Well, we'd better get these crystals back to town. You won't mind waiting with them while I fetch a wagon.
Guy is too smarmy. We got a lot of smarm in him, chat.
It occurs to me that I still don't know your name.
Clive.
So, Sid the Second is a Clive? I suppose it could have been worse. Well, Clive, you held up your end of the bargain, so I must do the same.
Hey, Dartigan, chat just got home, and guess what? The power is on. Hey,
To tell
nice.
the truth, you've
So
helped
you're
a little
worried for
there
nothing.
too. Many of the guards have already been redeployed to deal with the issue of their missing comrades. And those left behind have been encouraged to look the other way should you attempt to pass through.
Thank you. And please allow me to cover your costs. You still have the purse I gave to the soldiers, I trust? I saw you pluck it from one of the bodies.
Oh, dear. Was I really so obvious?
And my name is not Greybeard. It is Lord Byron Rosfield, thank you very much.
No, thank you very much, Greybeard.
Double the... Ugh.
Here.
Got it!
Thank you for the bits, by the way. He did get us. Oh, we got another seal. The Desert Rose.
Any friend of mine who sees you with it shall be a friend of yours.
Thank you, Lubo.
I mean, we keep those in our pockets so no one ever sees them, but
Feel
sure,
free
they
to
just
send
know.
one of my Stoluses back to your people. Tell them that Rosina Dalamil is back in bed with Sid.
Oh, it's our Wi-Fi, Al. I mean, how is that actually better than writing a note and attaching it to its leg?
I'm trusting you, Sid. Or should I say, Clive? So
Everyone's
be sure
beautiful in
not
this
to let me
world.
down.
Yes, everyone is like, you'll
reputation
like
to uphold.
ready to model underwear, I feel. But that's how it goes in Squaresoft's RPGs. Everyone is attractive.
Well then, I wish you a safe journey south.
Thank you.
Not at all. It was my pleasure.
Hey, why not?
Come on,
Well,
Uncle.
we should all strive for such a world, chat. Where we're all perfect tins. Al transfers thoughts so it doesn't work if the cinder doesn't allow you. Ah. I guess that was in the lore button if I'd press it. I mean, it's still just a way of communicating with people over a distance, so a note would work just as well. Also, I'm not sure owls are like the best. There's a reason we use pigeons, too. Owls might get distracted and have to go kill a mouse or something. Make for the Drake's Fang. I don't think we'll be doing that tonight. We'll leave that for the next time. Let me just in there again. So, hello. So, chat. That's gonna be the end of our stream tonight. And I just want to make everyone aware again. I'm gonna be away for a bit. You know, relaxing, chilling out, but not too far from where where I normally am. And there might be, like I said, I'm not sure how long. It should have lasted like around 10 or so days, but I might, well, maybe a little bit more. I'm not sure. I forgot the dates, but you know, I'll probably still do like a stream or two during that time as well on more of this. So you want to like go the entire length of me, you know, being away. So you'll still get a little bit. And I also need to like finish up the last bit of work on the Jedi video as well, so you'll be getting that still. So even though I'll be gone, you'll still be getting, you know, some part of me. You'll be getting a piece. But I like to think when I come back from it, I'll be recharged, full of energy, full of pep, full of a lot of things. Probably shit too. Let's be fair. I've never lost any of that. So don't worry. I'll be back. We'll stream some more of this one. Then you know, probably at least, like I said, I'll probably won't be streaming it at all for at least a week though. That's pretty solid. But who knows? Maybe that second week. But I wish you all a great, you know, time as well. You know what? From the bottom of my heart, have a good time. Have a safe trip. Like I said, I'm not really taking a trip per se. But also, follow me if you're new here. Quite a few new people. Also, join the Discord. Much appreciated if you did. As well, chat, you all should have a great night. Have a wonderful night, in fact. And, yeah, once again, thank you to the mod team. And thank you for any bit subs or gift subs tonight. Much appreciated. I will endeavor to spend that money wisely on video games, I guess. But other than that, I guess I'm all good. Yeah, so, yeah, chat. I will see you very soon. You know, well, in my view, very soon. But, hey, like I said, everything will be, you know, a-okay when I'm back too. Alright, chat, that's all I got for you tonight. I will see you whenever I can. Till then, don't forget me. Alright? Alright, chat, signing off now. Have a good one.